Alrighty, thank you so much. Welcome to the Ventura Unified School District General Meeting. We'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. First order of business, we'll adopt the agenda. Is there any changes?
Staff has no changes, thank you.
Okay, so a motion to adopt?
I have a question. I was wondering if it was possible to move the conference item related to the budget reductions to before action, just to give the public and the board the opportunity to kind of have that broader context conversation before we have the conversation about action.
Absolutely. What we were planning to do was to reference the budgetary information, but leave the conversation for later. But if you want to bring the conference item all together and go through those conference items at the beginning, we're prepared to do that. Yeah.
I mean, it's up to the rest of the team.
Right,
I
is there
just
consensus
felt
on
like
that?
sometimes it's helpful for people to see the presentation.
Here's consensus.
Great.
Okay. Alrighty, so no closed session, public comment. We're going to go ahead and move into.
So I will move that we adopt
sorry,
the amended agenda, moving item
Gotta adopt it.
15,
A1.
A1 before items 14A.
Second?
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
And Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
Alrighty, so we're going to go ahead and move into closed session. Conference item, real property negotiations pursuant to Government Code 5495 6.8. Properties of Jewett Estate, Avenue Elementary School, Washington Elementary School, with the negotiating parties as present. And B, conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 5495 7.6, and public employee discipline, dismissal, and release. Do we have a motion to go into closed session?
Move for closed session?
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
And Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
Okay, thank you. Alrighty, welcome back to the Ventura Unified School District General Board meeting. If you could please stand if you can for the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, roll call, please.
Thank you, President James Forsyth,
Present.
Vice President Shannon Fredericks,
Here.
Trustee Sabrina Rodriguez,
Here.
Trustee Dr. Jerry Dannenberg is absent this evening, Trustee Calvin Peterson,
Here.
Superintendent Dr. Antonio Castro,
Here.
Student Board Member Lizzie Okubo,
Here.
Student Board Member Santana Schnitzler, and subbing tonight for VASE, we have Student Board Member Gisela Salazar.
Here.
Thank you.
Alrighty, thank you. We'll go ahead and move on to the report of action. No closed session item to report, so we'll move on to the superintendent's report.
Okay, thank you, President Forsyth. And coming up on screen should be a list of our recent gratitude award recognees. And so at each of these meetings, we have an opportunity, in addition to the names that you will see scrolling down, to highlight the names of just a few exceptional individuals from around the district. So we'll start with Mary Smith, Health Tech at Foothill. Mary, by the recommender, is noted as being an outstanding health tech who ensures students are well cared for and that records stay accurate and compliant. She brings an incredible joy to the school, leading the way on spirit days, lifting everyone's energies with stories or quick dance breaks, and keeping the team well fed with her famous baked goods. Mary is noted as making Foothill a more fun and connected place to work, and they would like to thank Mary for everything she does. The next individual for recognition is Lynn Bova, teacher at Juana Maria. Lynn has been noted as being an invaluable support for this individual this year. As an experienced and creative kindergarten teacher, she has generously shared her knowledge, materials, and encouragements to help a colleague transition from first grade to kindergarten on very short notice. Lynn took the time to mentor, guide, and uplift others. Her skill, kindness, and dedication have made a tremendous difference, and her support is deeply appreciated. So they appreciate Lynn. And our last individual for recognition is Lisa Falcons, bus driver. Lisa consistently demonstrates exceptional kindness, patience, and care toward this individual's grandson, who participates in the special education program. She engages him in conversations that he enjoys, writes thoughtful notes, and always responds with understanding and compassion. Lisa's dedication and respectful treatment reflect her deep commitment to the well-being of all students, and this family's recommender is profoundly grateful for her positive impact and considers her a truly valued member of the VUSD community. So if you would, please join us all in appreciating all these individuals. Thank you. And we have instituted a new process of recognizing student highlights from across the district. Before I ask Greg to invite our advisor up, I want to ask Trustee Peterson to read a statement, if you would, because we are celebrating Black History Month. Thank you.
Thank you. Black History Month offers our community an opportunity to reflect on the enduring contributions and resilience and leadership of Black Americans throughout our nation's history. The observance traces its origins to 1915 by historian Dr. Carter G. Woodson, along with other scholars. Their work laid the foundation for a national recognition that would later be formalized in 1976 during the celebration of the United States bicentennial, when President Gerald Ford designated February as Black History Month and called on the nation to seize the opportunity to honor the too often neglected accomplishments of Black Americans in every area of endeavor throughout our history. Today, we continue that call by celebrating Ventura Unified School District educators, students, and families whose achievements have strengthened our schools and our communities and our country. We reaffirm our commitment to United States history, a history that includes the profound impact of Black Americans and inspires our students to contribute more just informed and united for a future of all of us. Thank you.
Yep, and Dr. Bellis. Yeah, yeah.
I heard like 6 of them. I was like, okay, you can continue to roar. It's fine.
Thank you very much, Superintendent Castro. It's my pleasure to introduce first Deja Menara is our Director of Secondary, who's going to introduce our fantastic Buena High School Black Student Union Staff Advisor.
Students and Executive Cabinet, it is an honor and a privilege to introduce our Buena High School Black Student Union representatives and advisor this evening. They truly build on our district's strengths and have an impact on our climate and culture. As a former principal, I enjoyed every year when they came out to our school to promote their activities. And so it is my pleasure to introduce Ms. Marcia Amagaji, who will speak a little bit and then introduce her students, who will be the highlight of the show.
Hello, thanks for inviting us to talk about the BSU Club. Again, my name is Marcia Amagaji. I'm the advisor of the BSU Club at Buena High School. I'm also a teacher there. We were supposed to have our president and vice president show up, but they flaked on us. No, they were sick. They were sick. And I thought I had to do it by myself. It's like, so 2 of the members stepped up. Thank you, God. And I want to put them on the spotlight because they're amazing students. And they're the ones that put together a lot of these events for us. And they go through the thought process, and I just say yay, nay, okay, why don't we do it this way or that way? So I'll let them introduce themselves and continue.
Hi, my name is Mariah Justiniano, and I'm the social media rep of BSU.
Hi, my name is Liana Reyes, and I'm the secretary of BSU.
We're going to be talking a little bit about why we joined the club and why we feel it's important. Oh, I'm a little, my bad. I originally joined because of my friend Tatum, and we met through PE class where she was with Miss A, so that's how I got to know Miss A a little bit more personally. And then I attended one of the club meetings, and I just kept going from there because I honestly felt that they supported like unity within the school, and they were very inclusive when you first go.
I joined because I'm triracial, so I'm Black, Mexican, and white, and I really wanted to find a space within Buena High School where I could connect with fellow students who are African American. And it's really important, what I found, and when speaking with the other club members, is in a school that has a low population of Black students, coming together and feeling like you really have a strong community with people that understand you in a special and unique way. It's really important and helps build your overall school experience.
Can we? Some of the events that we do annually would be the clothing donation to the rescue mission. We choose a charity around Ventura County and we donate clothes. We also do a Touch a Truck event that's free to the public, and it includes various like automobiles and trucks for children to look at. And we also have face painting and other activities. And then we do events as a club.
So this is some of the stuff we're doing for Black History Month. We have the library showcase, which is set up in our school library. Me and a couple other club members help set it up. It features different like Black artists, different Black authors, and just different Black culture and memorabilia, basically. And it's really just to show like students to come in every day to remember it's Black History Month and remember the culture.
Another activity that we put together as a club would be the first BSU Spirit Week at Buena High School. Monday is I Have a Dream Day. It's pajama day. Tuesday is Reggae Tuesday. So you wear like the BSU colors. And Wednesday is Sunday Best, so you dress to impress. Thursday is Twin Day, so you match with a friend. And Friday is Fresh Prince Friday. Our vice president, Nick, he came up with that. And it's basically 90s clothing.
And then we have our game day, which we want to do on the 24th, which we will have in the quad, where we have different black games, which are put up on the screen here, which is double dutch, cards, dominoes, checkers, and so on. And it's for students to understand more about black culture and our history.
It was more popularized within urban areas, but those games were shared by the brown community as a passing time because they weren't really allowed in public spaces at the time. Next. Ms. A, would you like to talk a little bit about this one?
I was getting comfortable. One of the things we do during Black History Month, too, is the club members will go around to various elementary schools. We started this a few years ago, and this year it's taken off. I think majority of the elementary schools signed up for us to come and read. We choose an elementary appropriate book made by a black author that the club members will read. And each year, a lot of the members sign up. They want to go and read to the elementary kids, and then the elementary kids love it. I think it's just an amazing opportunity for connection and for sharing Black history. Oh, by the way, it's not just Buena High School that does it. We connect with Ventura High School and Foothills too, combined, so we conquer and divide and conquer sort of thing. Yeah.
This year we'll be doing the 5th annual door contest. It has become district-wide. It has 3 categories: high school, middle school, and elementary. There is a trophy, pizza party, and bragging rights for the winner.
And this year,
Oh, it's okay.
this year we're doing like famous black African Americans, and in previous years we've done like more themed things like artists and that and so on. But this year we're just hoping to get everyone in the community dedicated and into it with us.
The theme this year is the 100-year celebration of Black History Month. Okay, but Carter Woodson, who started in 1926 as National Negro Week, and it's been 100 years since that. So that's the theme this year. Oh, that's me too. All right. One of the things that we do as a club also, I started this about 5 years ago. I've been on, the last 3 years I've been on the tour with them. It's a historically black college and university tour. We fundraise throughout the year. The club fundraise throughout the year to do this, and we usually are able to gather deposits for at least 3 to 4 students to go on this trip. This year we have 4 students that are interested in going. And Pinkert Youth Institute actually puts this together for us. Last year we went to the DMV, the District of Columbia, Virginia, and Maryland. And the thing that I love about this is, how would I put it, how the students, how they react when they're on a black campus. You know, now they're not, all of a sudden they're into a space where they're not the minorities, but the majority. And it's good to see that and allow the kids to know that they have options. So this is one of the things we do on a yearly basis. This year we're going to Georgia and South Carolina. So, next slide. So I'd like to just lift up Dana Lomax and the African American Council, because they do a lot for us. They're the ones that also put together the elementary reading during Black History Month and other things throughout the year that uplifts our Black population. And then Pinkard Youth Institute, Dr. Irene Pinkard, she's the one also that puts together all the travel arrangements and everything for the HBCU tour. And check us out on Instagram. We have an Instagram page, so you can log on there and see what we do throughout the year. Okay? Thank you.
Sorry, no, we still have students' board member presentations. Oh, I'm sorry, yes. Sorry, I apologize. We're trying to address a sound issue in the overflow room, so apologize if I'm a little bit distracted. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Lizzie Okubo, and I'm pleased to present the latest achievements and events happening at El Camino High School. To start, we have 8 seniors who graduated a whole semester early. At El Camino, it's common for students to complete their graduation requirements ahead of schedule due to many of us having a mix of dual enrollment classes and accelerated courses. So a huge congratulations to these amazing students whose hard work and determination led them to achieve this milestone early. For student achievement, 7 students have been awarded an Inquiry Award from our Wicker program that recognizes excellence in writing, inquiry, collaboration, organization, and reading. Their achievement exemplifies the expectations of a strong character and the academic rigor that we strive for at El Camino. Towards the end of January, we had our Trip Around the World Quad Day, where students could travel the globe and explore different cultures without leaving campus. There were 7 stations that represented these 7 continents, and in each table, we focused on 3 specific countries from that continent. If you look at the picture of the map, you can see that students were able to place a sticker where their families are from and represent their culture. Furthermore, leadership students worked hard to make sure that each station had a snack, a craft, and a game. So for example, at the South America station, the craft was piñata making. At our Asia table, the snack was a lychee-flavored drink called Calpico, and in Europe, the game was hurling. Overall, this event fostered a strong sense of community while giving students the opportunity to explore and appreciate different cultures. Next, I'd like to introduce El Camino's new dual enrollment counselor, Mrs. Gallardo. El Camino was recently awarded a $250,000 grant to support and expand our early middle college program, and a key component of this funding was the addition of a dedicated dual enrollment counselor. In her role, Mrs. Gallardo will support students through their dual enrollment courses, assist them in accessing Ventura College's resources, and will lead outreach efforts to local middle schools to promote dual enrollment opportunities. We're very excited to welcome Mrs. Gallardo to the El Camino staff and look forward to the support that she will bring to all of our students. Lastly, we've also been hosting information meetings to spread the word about our independent study program to future Eagles. Through this, we've highlighted opportunities like earning a high school diploma and college credit simultaneously, having a flexible schedule, and still being able to access honors and AP classes. Our next meeting will be held on the 24th. So looking at our calendar, prom tickets have started selling on Monday, and our 2026 prom theme is the Met Gala, which will be very glamorous and elegant. Our Kindness Week that is happening this week is Disney themed, and we have a blood drive coming up on Thursday that is open to anyone from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m., where our goal is 28 units of blood, and we're hoping to have at least over 35 signups. So that is the end of my presentation, and thank you for your time.
Good evening, I'm Santana Schnitzler, and I'm honored to serve as Foothill Tech's ASB president. I'm looking forward to sharing our updates for student life, programs, and engagement at Foothill. We hosted our annual program and elective fair, which took place on January 9th and was attended by our entire student body. This event focused on increasing Foothill's academic programs, pathways, and elective opportunities. Teachers, program coordinators, and student representatives from each academy were present to speak directly with students, answer any questions, and explain how different programs connect to future academic and career opportunities. This event directly reflects the board's priority to build on VUSD strengths, as well as educational options and programs. By giving students equitable access to information and direct interaction with program leaders and students, we can help them ensure that students are making informed decisions about their education. Following winter break, Foothill hosted our Winter Athletics Rally Spirit Week as a way to re-energize campus and bring students together. Each day featured a different theme, including barbecue dads versus soccer moms, dress as your favorite athlete with a basketball game taking place during lunch, and finally Jersey versus Jersey Shore, which led into our Winter Athletics Rally on Wednesday. Participation was strong across all of our grade levels. The primary goal of this event this week was to boost our student climate, and it reflects the board's priority of culture and climate by fostering a positive and respectful school environment. The Winter Athletics Rally itself was held during lunch and is only our second rally in Foothill's history, marking continued growth in school-wide traditions. Winter sports teams were recognized collectively. The dance team performed, and students participated in a relay race that brought a lot of energy and excitement to the event. The event focused on shared recognition and school pride. Moments like this help create a campus culture where students feel connected to one another and to their school, reinforcing a sense of belonging and community. On January 23rd, the ASB senior class organized a senior coffee bar before school and during nutrition break. This event was designed to recognize seniors who were able to gather, enjoy refreshments, and start their day feeling acknowledged and energized as they approach the end of their time at Foothill. This initiative supports the board's priority of culture and climate, particularly the emphasis on recognizing student excellence and milestones in meaningful ways. Athletics continue to be a strong source of engagement and pride at Foothill Tech. I would like to highlight several senior nights across multiple sports, including basketball, water polo, and soccer, providing seniors with a memorable and celebratory conclusion to their athletic journey at Foothill. In addition, several Foothill teams advanced to CIF competition, reflecting both strong participation and competitive success. Foothill's Bioscience Pathways is another strong example of how we support student achievement through hands-on, high-quality instruction with the Bioscience Academy specifically. As shown in these images, students are actively engaged in rigorous lab-based learning, including triage simulations, biotechnology labs involving gene insertion into bacteria cells, and microbiology units where students grow and identify unknown organisms. These experiences mirror real-world scientific practices and require students to apply practical skills such as critical thinking and problem solving. This showcases how bioscience offers student-centered experiences that connect directly to college majors, certifications, and future careers. Industry partnerships further strengthen the pathway and help prepare students for post-secondary success. DTech is another example of Foothill's commitment to innovative and career-focused education. Students in this program develop real-world technical and entrepreneurial skills by designing and producing items such as mugs, ornaments, and pencil cases for school and local businesses. Through this work, students gain experience with design and production. This program aligns with the board priority of educational options and programs by offering hands-on learning that prepares students for both college and career pathways while encouraging creativity and entrepreneurship. The Wellness Centers plays an essential role in Foothill by supporting our student well-being and maintaining a positive school climate. Usage of the Wellness Center has been high this year, which is great, and it demonstrates the importance of the Wellness Center to our students. I'd like to highlight their Harvest of the Month initiative, a monthly event where wellness peers prepare and share food featuring produce from local farms. In February, students and staff enjoyed a blood orange salad, which was very well received and was delicious. Additionally, initiatives this year have included our Decluttered December as well as a petting zoo for students. These initiatives align directly with the board's priority of culture and climate. Looking ahead, Foothill has several upcoming events, including our first Baile, which is taking place on February 20th at FTHS. Tickets are available for sale at the student store, and this event will be open to everyone, including students from across the district and community members. We hope to see all of you there. We are currently recognizing Kindness Week with a focus on promoting healthy relationships of all kinds. Later this month, we will host our Wellness Week, where each day is centered on one of the 5 senses, with the Wellness Center facilitating activities designed to support student well-being through each of the senses. These events continue to reinforce connection, inclusion, and student support across campus. Thank you so much again for giving me the opportunity to speak with you tonight, and I hope that you will join us in our events and activities. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Gisela Salazar, and I'm the student representative of for Ventura Adult and Continuing Education. I'm currently enrolled in the Business Administration program at Ventura Adult and Career Education. My favorite subject is Spanish literature, and I also serve as the president of my local FFA chapter. I am passionate about reading and enjoy taking meaningful risks in my life. My hobbies include traveling to new places by train and bus and searching for unique bookstores. Tonight, I am pleased to present an overview of achievement and initiative at Ventura Adult and Continuing Education, also known as VACE. Our instructors and students continue to demonstrate a strong commitment to educational excellence and community involvement. Their work supports the Board of Education priorities for the 25-26 school year. Vocabulary development is essential for student success. It improves reading comprehension and helps students express their ideas more clearly. Instructor Josue Hernandez, Intermediate Low ESL class, students focus on expanding vocabulary through daily reading and regular practice. Students are inspired to use more expressive and descriptive language. Each month, students receive a word bank that is used for 2 spelling tests. Students also participate in 2 spelling bee contests for each semester, which help reinforce spelling skills and vocabulary strategies. These activities support students in building strong fundamentals for learning English and other languages. During the current academic year, Ventura and Continuing Education has completed a total of 46 high school diploma and equivalency graduates. These students represent our most recent group of graduates. Ventura Adult and Continuing Education is partnering with Ventura High School Auto Shop to offer a 12-week auto repair course. In this course, students learn practical skills such as changing oil and replacing spark plugs on their own vehicles. Enrollment is limited, so interested students are encouraged to contact VASE to register. VASE students who are interested in continuing their education will participate in Ventura College Pirate Day on March 10. This one-day event introduces students to college service, including financial aid and registration. The event is designed to help students prepare for enrollment in fall 2026. Early today, Ventura Adult and Continuing Education hosts a special workshop focused on the use of AI for business leaders. The workshop was presented by Sean B., a former Fortune 20 executive and managing partner of Breathe Growth and Partners. The presentation explored how AI is transforming business operation and how it can support growth, efficiency, and organization. Congratulations to Jessica Smith, Ventura Adult and Continuing Education, January 2026 Student of the Month. Ventura Adult and Continuing Education thanks you for your time, attention, and continued support. We remain committed to providing high-quality education program, fostering community partnership, and preparing our students for success futures.
Alrighty, thank you for those reports. We're going to move on to correspondence.
Thank you, President Forsyth. You have this up on the screen. I'll just call attention to the third portion of the paragraph. We receive these correspondence from the county office. They oversee our fiscal well-being. In the third paragraph, it's noted that the district is projected deficit spending in the current and subsequent fiscal years while we spend down available reserves. We're encouraged to continue to review our multi-year plan and align our expenditures with current revenue while monitoring changes in enrollment. In a couple minutes, we'll get into greater depth, but Dr. Mirza will share that when we do submit our budgets to the county office, we're required to do a multi-year projection, which is 3 years, not just 1 year. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Alrighty, thank you so much. So before we go into public comment, I would like to offer to our student board members, we have about 60 people that are going to be speaking today, so I'm going to give you the opportunity to leave and I say no more. So thank you so much. Well done, you guys. And we're going to be hitting the public comment. Typically, we have 3 minutes. We give 3 minutes. However, there are 60 individuals or more than 60 individuals here willing to speak. And to be respectful for your time, many of us are teachers in here. Shannon and I are definitely teachers in here, or educators or parents with students, our young students. So I want to be respectful of that time and move the time down to 2 minutes. Okay. Thank you. Take it away, please.
Thank you. Before we get started, I will be giving you a 30-second warning as you're speaking, and the timer will indicate when the time is up. Before we begin, we would like to remind everyone that the governing board recognizes the impact that civility has in the effective operation of the district, including its role in creating a safe and positive school climate and enabling a focus on student well-being, learning, and achievement. The board believes that everyone should be treated with dignity and respect in their interactions with the school community. They also understand that the First Amendment provides strong protection for speech. However, the board expects that all speech, expression, and action will follow the norms of civil behavior in these meetings. Please remember that this meeting is streaming live. We do have students in attendance tonight, so please keep language as respectful as possible. Please also note that the microphone at the podium has been calibrated. Speak right on into it, and for anyone who might need it, there is a wooden box that you can stand on if needed, possibly for our younger speakers this evening. Right now, we're going to take our general public comments. Those are for people who are speaking on non-agendized items. So first up, we have, that's the other thing. I will be calling 3 names at a time so that those in our overflow room have time to come over. If you don't make it over, I will be calling those that don't come up to the microphone one last time before we move on. So first up is Rebecca Fassett, followed by Amy Brooks, followed by, if we can avoid just a second so everyone can hear, especially in the other room, it's Rebecca Fassett, Amy Brooks, and Holly Riddle. Thank you.
And have we fixed the issue in there? We did. Is that correct? Before we begin.
What can be fixed has been fixed, but there's limited capacity there.
Understood. Thank you. Thank you so much.
I've never been first before. This is a little scary, but here we go. All right. Good evening, everyone. I'm going to go quick. And I'd like to start tonight by quoting Dr. Seuss from the Lorax. I speak for the trees have no tongues. And as we know, trees give us life, and the oxygen they produce, they make the world more beautiful and sustainable. Our students are the trees, and we are all here tonight speaking for them. Tonight, I'm speaking on the topic of salaries and healthcare benefits for employees of VUSD. In previous years, when the topic of salaries came up, VUSD acknowledged that our salaries were lower than our neighboring districts. But we were always reassured that it was okay because we had a very competitive benefits package. Well, salaries still haven't caught up, and now we might have to subtract the cost of healthcare. Excuse me. And what you have left is a district with really awesome but very frustrated staff. Many of us in this room have devoted a great deal of our adult lives to the children of Ventura Unified. For me, it's been 26 years. In Ventura Unified, as some of you know, at year 25 on the salary schedule, you have no more steps. And if you've reached the end of the right side with units and degrees and such, well, your salary is frozen until you retire or we receive some miraculous raise. So here I am at 49 years old, year 26 in the district with a frozen salary for all of my remaining working years should I choose to stay in Ventura Unified. As if that wasn't stressful enough, the Ventura Unified proposed increase in healthcare costs being passed on to employees will mean that I would be taking a pay cut every year for the next 12 to 15 years until retirement. So I want to end by saying to all of my amazing VUEA and VESPA colleagues in the room and online, solo el pueblo salva al pueblo, and our village is strong. Thank you.
Up next is Amy Brooks, followed by Holly Riddle, followed by Andrew Coates.
Hello, board and VUSD community. I am here once again to speak on behalf of our VUSD community. I want to share my story and some thoughts on priorities. I wonder what greed sounds like. Or it sounds like when families can no longer pay for health care because they've been priced out of benefit options that don't include or consider all members. While your insurance is fully covered, the majority of ESPs are not. We don't make as much as those sitting in these air-conditioned offices, and we cannot afford a cap. It sounds like another layoff list of colleagues who we know will go home and have to decide what they will do next, even though they loved their job and their students. They may have to move sites due to bumping and pay cuts and learn how to adapt to all the changes. It sounds like families, for example mine, who in 2016 made a choice to leave the state because it seemed much more promising financially for our family of 4. And in certain ways, it was. I never stopped working with students while there. While we are so grateful that we had the experience and learned so much, some cannot afford to move back to California, but by the grace of God, we did. We know many families who made a similar decision to move out of California, and I bet many more will. We moved back in 2021 since family is here, and thankfully we can pay bills, but it's tough. We no longer own a home, but we rent and remain grateful. I want to stay in California, and specifically Ventura, where my own kids are in school. I want to serve the
30
students in
seconds.
my community, but that sound is getting louder and louder in this district. I don't know what will happen with VUSD unless things change. The future feels increasingly uncertain unless decisions are considered for people who are doing the work directly with students to keep schools alive and functioning. Who will prioritize student safety, opportunities, and learning if we don't? Please make that sound stop here.
Next up is Holly Riddle, followed by Andrew Coates, followed by Kai Cruz.
Find out what the sound was. Good evening. Hi, I'm Holly Riddle. I'm a paraeducator at Buena High School. I also work in the ELOT program at Elmhurst. I'm here to talk about the health care just because for the first time in 14 years, well, actually now 16, I received health care 2 years ago because of the ELOT program and becoming a full-time employee. So I had my very first mammogram at the age of 55. I had my skin looked at because I was the person that wore baby oil and sat in the quad at Buena at lunch and got my tan on. Thank goodness, no cancer yet. So my concern is very simple. I just want 4 months. I want 4 months to have the opportunity to finish out my health care for this year, to ask you to wait until July 1st before we do any of the reworking. I understand things are going to change. I understand I may not have health care after this, but I'd like the opportunity to have it for this year and then for others like me so that we can take the breath, the moment to understand what's about to happen and maybe get the funds, get ready for the change that's coming. We can't afford a cap. We understand what's going on, but we just need time. And I don't think 4 months, so sorry, I don't think 4 months is a big ask. I know
30
I'm asking
seconds.
for other coworkers when we were talking about it today, and they asked me to stand here and, well, not to cry, but they asked me to stand here for them also. So again, we're just asking for 4 months until July 1st, and then let's go from there. And that would help us, a lot of us out, a lot. And we really appreciate it. Thank you.
Andrew Coates, followed by Kai Cruz, followed by Nathan Donnelly. Andrew Coates, followed by Kai Cruz, followed by Nathan Donnelly. Okay, moving on. Carol Peak, followed by, who do we have? I am so sorry. Kai. Kai Cruz, Nathan Donnelly, then Carol Peak.
Okay, good evening. Once again, for the second time in my career, with no voice, I stand here before the board to fight for students and teachers as well. I ask myself, why has VUSD forced me to do this again? I'm here again, sadly, because my school district does not have full transparency to the public nor the board. The VUSD has an administrative responsibility to disclose the salaries that are awarded to administration. From what I've learned from VUEA and CTA, that's not quite what's happening. But for now, that's a topic to be explored in the future. For now, I must move to a different topic. I find it horribly selfish that VUSD is completely cutting the legs off of so many who support our schools. We're the people with the children. The district's mission statement says something to the effect that we're here for the kids, but I don't think that's happening if we take all these people away. Education is supposed to be about the students. I live in a world in which my students need more and more and more. Students need people side by side supporting them. Yet VUSD is proposing to slash jobs and that are mostly directed to the children. If there's less employees in the district, then why do we need as much administration as there is?
30 seconds.
Right is right and wrong is wrong. My mother, now gone, a VUSD student and graduate, taught me this long ago. It is wrong to cut more and more from the schools that are working directly with the children. It's time to cut downtown.
Okay, and Andrew Coates, followed by Nathan Donnelly, followed by Carol Peak.
Good evening. My name is Andrew Coates. I teach at Buena High School, and I hate paper straws. Don't get me wrong, it's not that I hate turtles and love microplastics. It's not even that they fall apart as soon as they touch liquid, which is a curious property for a straw. What's always bothered me about paper straws is that time and time again, we are told that we must all bear little sacrifices to clean up a mess. This ignores the fact that the main culprits to climate change are billionaires in private planes and corporate pollution. We are told that we should change our ways while those in power continue to be reckless. It's a convenient trick, but it's not exclusive to climate change. The district is facing its own mess, financial uncertainty. District leadership will have us believe that we are in this mess because staff wants job stability, wages that keep up with the cost of living, fair health benefits, and the resources needed to do the good work. We have too many SOPs, too many paras, and too many resources to help children learn. However, district leadership habitually neglects to own up to a bloated ESC, wasteful spending on program after program, and a laundry list of questionable practices. Instead of focusing on these bigger, more systematic problems, where do they turn? They nickel and dime employees over health benefits, sacrifice the plastic straw, and save the planet. Ignore everything else. I appreciate that cuts proposed this year are not as draconian as last February. Thank you. However, the current status of contract negotiations and the insistence on a hard cap on health insurance, which would reduce the pay of almost every employee in the district, is absurd. Any good faith gained has been negated by these proposals. Perhaps they'd be easier to swallow if we had increased transparency or accountability of district administrative salaries. VUEA has asked for clarity of responsibilities and have been ignored. How can we be expected to sacrifice and take one for the team if we don't know the duties and the salaries of our leadership?
Nathan Donnelly, followed by Carol Peak, followed by Cameron DeJong.
So often we are told that humans are inherently selfish and only look out for themselves. Tonight should be a reminder of the complete opposite. We support each other. We sacrifice for each other. It is only together that we have any chance for survival. Once again, the school staff is being asked to take the full brunt of the cuts. We are closer to the students, and again, we are being asked to sacrifice. The district's management has missed the memo on sacrifice, and I have an idea as to why that might be. When they are at the negotiating table, they negotiate with themselves. The entire system is set up to support the district and make things as difficult as possible for the workers at the school. If the workers want to organize, they must do it off campus, outside contract hours, and with personal equipment, all voluntarily. The district is able to use district equipment, district personnel, district hours, district resources. They have the ability to share information with the entire community at the click of a button. The results are predictable. Spending on management has increased, while spending in the classrooms has decreased. The district has been everything but transparent, and the students, the staff, and the community suffers. They wield so much power, but this evening shows where our power lies. We outnumber them in the thousands. If we want the schools that our students deserve, we have to organize. Please reach out to a union rep, VUEA or VESPA. We want to organize with you. We want to build a better school system, and we need your input and support. This is our community. We as staff members are honored every day to serve you and your students. We are grateful for the opportunity to continue to prioritize students. When we are unified together, we can force the district to also prioritize your students. Thank you so much for coming out tonight.
Carol Peak, followed by Cameron DeJong, followed by Jen Novak.
Good evening, board members. My name is Carol Peak. I'm the president of the Ventura Education Support Professional Association. I cannot express how disappointed and frustrated I am how our bargaining sessions are going, and now with these reductions. Both VUEA and VESPA, in good faith, tried to reach an agreement that would help both the district and, more importantly, our members. This last proposal, which includes a hard cap on benefits and a 2% raise, does nothing for our members. That 2% raise would not even cover the cost of insurance premiums and would actually be a decrease in income for our members. This proposal would make it impossible for our part-time employees to even have hope to ever afford any benefits. To add context to what a 2% raise means, I'm an ESP. I've been a campus supervisor for 20 years, and a 2% raise on my salary would give me 60 cents an hour more on my pay rate. What can I get for 60 cents? Exactly. I asked the district to show us, their employees, that they truly want to bargain in good faith and are willing to shoulder the burden that you ask so easily from your lowest paid employees. Exec cabinet, directors, administrators, and management positions should take the hard cap on benefits and reject any raises starting immediately. I would guarantee that savings would save jobs to our employees who work with our families, with our community, and more importantly, who prioritize our students. Thank you.
Cameron DeJong, followed by Jen Novak, followed by Angelica Salas.
My name is Cameron DeYoung, born and raised Ventura local. The issue before us tonight is not whether enrollment is declining. That has been known for years. Declining enrollment and projected revenue losses were clearly identified, quantified, and presented to this board as early as 2021. The real question is, what was done about it? Because during the same period, while enrollment was declining and financial strain was already documented, senior management salaries and benefits continue to grow. Rather than adjusting costs evenly in response to declining enrollment, reductions were concentrated in classrooms, while administrative compensation continued to rise. In less than 48 hours, 415 community members have signed a petition asking for answers. Why, in the face of declining enrollment, budget cuts, layoffs, and financial strain, did the board approve salary and benefit increases for senior management and administrators? The petition demands transparency. It demands accountability. Right now, the message being sent is that the consequences of long-known financial decisions are being passed downward, while executive compensation was protected from the same restraint. Public trust is earned through openness and accountability. When leadership knows a crisis is coming and still allows executive compensation to grow, the public deserves a clear explanation before classrooms pay the price. Thank you.
Jen Novak, followed by Angelica Salas, followed by Maria Barrios.
Hi there. Thank you for giving me this time. My name is Jen Novak. I was born and raised here in Ventura. I went to school here K through 12. My mom was a VUSD teacher here for 16 years and a union rep. I watched my mom fight for our teachers' rights and their protections, so in her absence and in her honor, I am here to do that tonight. I have 3 questions for this board. 1, why in 2023 were guaranteed annual raises in addition to a one-time retroactive raise signed into district administrator contracts when budget concerns began to be cited in 2021? Number 2, why did you stop reporting your salary information to Transparent California in that very same year, 2023? And my 3rd question, the 21st largest school district in the state of California is Sweetwater Union, with 35,774 students. VUSD has 14,672 students. So why, Dr. Castro, do you make as much as Sweetwater's superintendent when our enrollment is declining? Please, those are my questions.
Angelica Salas, followed by Maria Barrios, followed by Jonathan Warner. I have 2 for Maria Barrios, so unless there's 2 Maria Barrios, let me know.
Hi everyone, my name is Angelica Salas. I'm the counselor at Dada's Middle School Wellness Center, and I'm here to talk about, my colleague Maria will talk about our data, but just the importance of counseling positions and services that we provide, not only at our site, but all counseling positions, taking into consideration all the cuts that are being considered. So during semester 1, I had 3,895 visits at our wellness center, and these visits included students coming in for emotional support, using the space as a safe space to decompress, and participating in daily lunch activities that we have for students, along with engaging in restorative conversations. We want to ensure that all of our students and families have their basic needs met, so we have created a caring closet, a food pantry, and a school supply closet available for all of our students at the Wellness Center. And this has been made possible through support and collaboration with our teachers, our students, and our community. In addition to that, we also provide Tier 2 supports where we provided students through services through various groups, which included an attendance group, support for students struggling with substance use, Grupo en Español for our newcomer students, especially with everything going on with the political climate. It's a safe space for them where they can go check in and get resources, along with social skills group for 6th, 7th, and 8th graders. Our family engagement is very important, and we have participated in tabling events in our community where we have provided families information on the importance of attendance. We also had another tabling event at West Park, providing them with the services that the school counseling department provides to students. At Dada Middle School, but again, this is services that not only are provided at our site, but it's services at other sites as well. Thank you.
Ms. Salas, sorry, up here, sorry. Would you please leave that data with Ms. Wolowitz? Yes. Or you can email it to us. Thank you.
Data, yes.
Ms. Barrios, followed by Jonathan Warner, followed by Sarah McLaughlin, who will be the last on this particular agenda item.
Hello, district leadership team. My name is Maria Barrios, and I am one of the school counselors at Data. I am here to share a little bit of our mid-year report data, and a report that we put together to highlight the direct and measurable impact that our school counselors continue to have on the learning, well-being, and overall success of our students at Data. During this ongoing and very complex and sensitive political climate, our services have not only been important, but pivotal and essential. Many of our students and families are navigating heightened stress, uncertainty, and barriers that directly affect their ability to fully engage in school. Through Tier 1 interventions and individualized supports, the school counselors conducted 2,523 one-on-one student contacts. You heard that right. So Ms. Fall and myself average speaking to about 11 to 15 students per day. And on top of that, we also do referrals. We do academic interventions, mental health crisis supports. We also do classroom lessons. So this year we have totaled 4 classroom lessons for all grade levels. So we've made contact with 2,080 students just in the fall semester. Family partnership is critical to our program, and in order to do that, just like Ms. Salas mentioned, we do tabling events in our community. So we have tabled at West Park and at Kellogg Park. This is just some of our data. I've already emailed our mid-year school counseling report. And it just highlights the importance of what our program does to our community, especially when it's just down the street from the district office. And I just wanted to highlight how important it is to continue the staffing that we have currently at Data to continue to provide these services to our students. Thank you.
The last 2 speakers for general public comment are Jonathan Warner and Sarah McLaughlin. That would be for another topic. For 14A2 is where we have all of those speakers. So I'll put you for 14A2. Then you only get a certain amount of time. So you could speak for 1 minute now, 2 minutes on that. But Okay. Sarah, you're up.
I think that item for that gentleman is 15A1. We moved that up. We moved that up.
All right. Good evening. I'm Sarah McLaughlin, president of VUEA. We do recognize that the district is facing financial uncertainty. At the same time, the reality is that the budget is not yet set, and there are still several potential savings and funding adjustments that have not been finalized. Because of that uncertainty, we are asking for stability, time to engage in thoughtful, informed decision-making rather than rushed changes that will put a huge financial strain on the majority of our members. Educators made financial and medical decisions this year based on information given to them during open enrollment in October. With the current VUSD proposal, most members would be paying over $6,000 annually for their current benefits. And this number would continue to increase each year as plan prices increase. A 2% pay raise would not begin to touch what our members are being asked to contribute. The majority of members would be losing a substantial portion of their monthly pay, and other educators would be unable to afford benefits at all. Right now, our educators are navigating extraordinary disruption. Layoffs are occurring. School closures are being discussed. Staff morale is fragile at best. Changing benefit structures mid-year while people are already worried about their jobs, their schools, and their students would add yet another layer of stress and instability. Maintaining benefits for the current year does not mean avoiding hard conversations. It means postponing irreversible decisions until the full financial picture is clear and all options can be responsibly evaluated at the bargaining table. We are simply asking for stability, equity, and time. Thank you.
President Forsythe, that's all the general public comments we have at this time.
Okay.
And just to clarify, we did have the Lemon Grove speakers go with the certificated resolution because of those two positions, so I'm sorry if that was the wrong spot. We thought that's where we were supposed to put them, so that's where they're all right now.
Understood. Thank you. Alrighty, thank you for all that spoke today. Of course, we're going to have more opportunities for that. Moving on, we made an adjustment to the agenda where we're going to touch on conference item 15A1.
Okay, thank you, President Forsythe. And this is the item where the Lemon Grove public speakers will take place because that is separate in this. Oh, okay.
So I apologize. This is a consent item, and since you're not taking action, conference item, we have no way of separating those out.
Okay, yeah, no problem. I just wanted to make sure that the public knew where that item would be discussed. Before I ask Dr. Mirza to go through this for the general public and those that are here, we know that your attention pops in and out of board meetings. A more comprehensive overview of the governor's budget proposal is in our previous meeting. This is an abbreviated version of that presentation. So you can go back and see the bigger, complete presentation. Dr. Mirza will get into this. We wanted to make sure that the community had this as just another foundational document for the discussions that also include potential reductions and the resolutions. Before Dr. Mirza, you start, I think President Forsythe, you wanted to read something.
Yes, I appreciate that. I just want to make a statement about the district's budget and kind of the headwinds that we're facing financially. And I want to provide an additional context to kind of the backdrop that we're going to be experiencing here in just a second. But first, we have to really receive a positive certification. There's 3 levels: positive, qualified, negative, that we get from the state. If we were to receive a qualified or a negative certification, that would mean that the county or state could assume authority over key district decisions. It's essential that we keep these local decision makers intact, that you can have direct access to us, retain the ability to guide our learning environment for students who we serve and for those who fall for years to come. We realize that these are incredibly difficult decisions. None of us approach them lightly. Declining enrollment, the end of the one-time COVID funds, rising costs, and the years of inadequate state funding have placed many districts across California in very similar situations. Every coastal town is going through this. Every coastal district is just about looking at reductions and how to improve their budgets. It is not a reflection on the quality of our staff or our schools. It is a statewide challenge. After we review the budget this evening, we will also consider recommendations for necessary staff reductions. These conversations are incredibly painful, but they are part of us ensuring that we remain proactive and able to support both current and future students, as well as the employees that they serve. Our focus is on protecting the long-term health of this district. As public servants, we owe it to our community to confront these realities honestly and make these decisions that keep schools strong for the years to come. Thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your...
Okay, thank you, President Forsyth. And Dr. Mirza, as you go through the presentation, even though you're very versant and many of the members of the public have heard this before, if you can just be slow and deliberate and go through as if none of us have heard it before, and then as usual, I will interject where necessary.
Yeah, good evening, board. So what you're looking at in front of you is the latest information that the district has available, the governor's proposed budget that was released at the end of January. And really what that is gives us insight to how to project and develop our budget for this upcoming fiscal year, which is 26-27. So the latest iteration of the budget that I presented in front of you, which is our 25-26 budget, was our first interim budget. We adopt the budget in June. Then in December, we have 3 months worth of data on expenses. And so we come forward and project what it's going to be for our current reality for fiscal year 25-26, 26-27, and 27-28. So what the governor's proposed budget that came out after we presented first interim is proposing several different changes that impact this upcoming fiscal year 26-27 and the out years out. Once again, I have to reiterate that it is just a proposal, that the state budget has to go through legislation itself to change. So the state budget gets finalized after our district fiscal year 26-27 budget gets finalized. However, we have to produce the budget with the best information that we have at the current time. So at this time, it's the January's governor's proposed budget that will impact the future years. We'll get another glimpse at this at the May revise before we present our 26-27 fiscal year budget for this upcoming year. So we'll have a better look at if there's anything that changes between the January governor's proposal and the May revise. We'll see what changes, is the COLA increase or decrease, or there's one-time funds that were proposed in the governor's proposed budget that may have changed. So we'll get a look in May revise, what that looks like, and then once after the state budget is adopted, which is towards the end of June, July, we'll get the finalized state budget, and then we could revise our budget at first interim again. So currently, the proposed budget for the governor is projecting for fiscal year 26-27 a 2.41% COLA. And what I've highlighted on this chart is how our current budget is developed. So at first interim, we used the top row, has all of the COLA percentages that we've utilized for our revenue projections for our LCFF revenue. So for fiscal year 26-27 at first interim, which is in December, we had a 3.02% COLA. And the governor is proposing for 26-27 that that COLA would be 2.41%. So that translates to us as a reduction of revenue. So I put there the difference. So it looks like if everything stayed true and the governor's budget today was to be adopted, we would lose about $1.1 million in LCFF revenue for that fiscal year. The governor's projection also included out-year COLAs. And as you could see from the first interim, what we had in our budget to what he's proposing, they're all lower than what we have in our budget. So that all translates into lower LCFF revenue for the out years. So for fiscal year 27-28, we had 3.42% COLA. The governor's proposing at 3.06%, so that's a decrease of 1.7 million. 28-29, 3.31. We had 3.31 in the budget. He's proposing 3.34, and then we have 3.24 in 29-30, and the governor's proposing 3.14. So that's a decrease in revenue. Also, there is some good news in the governor's budget. There is some more one-time funds proposed. So in that column, fiscal year column for 26-27, they're proposing student block grant estimate of $6.9 million. That's one-time funding. There is a final payment for Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant, which is our LREBG funds, and we're estimating them at $1.7 million. So there is a total one-time funds, again, that we're receiving about $8.6 million. There's also some additional good news for special education. Our current SPED ADA is about $917 that we're spending for on average daily attendance. The governor's proposal is to increase that to $999 per ADA, so that's an increase of $82. Multiply that by our entire ADA for 24-25 that we received from SELPA. It's not just the special ed population. They apply it to the entire ADA. That's an increase of $1.1 million ongoing. So that is positive news because we're always underfunded by special education. So what this translates to is in the multi-year projection, there's a line for contribution. And so what the contributions are is any program that essentially doesn't have enough funding to cover its expenses, the general fund makes that contribution to cover the remaining of those expenses. So currently for special education, the general fund contribution to cover the expenses for those programs is about $17 million. So with this increase in funding, it would reduce that to about $16 million ongoing.
Sorry, I have a couple
Yes.
questions. So I was curious, with the governor's revised COLA, have you seen any difference between what the LAO is projecting and what the governor is projecting in these?
Yeah, so the LAO is projecting a little higher increase for COLA. They were projecting essentially a 2.51%. And so that's what I'm saying. It's volatile, but school services projected 2.41 with our latest conference with them, with the Capital Advisors Group. They were projecting at 2.41. And so there are always some competing interests from what the LAO suggests compared to what school services or capital advisors are suggesting. So exactly the point. We have to wait and see. The latest information right now we have is 2.41%. So working with the county office, they were advising us to use these projections because obviously they're a lot lower than what we have in our budget already. So they said to be conservative, use these. However, there will be some changes between when you see second interim, which is our next iteration of our budget in March 15th, until adopted budget fiscal year 26-27 in June.
Yeah, I think for, what sometimes people don't understand is that we won't actually know this until July 1 when the state's budget gets officially adopted. The second question I had is I was on a webinar today with CASBO, and they were talking about the federal funding for IDEA and Title I, that there was some positive movement in there and that we're looking at potentially, at least flat, which we had been projecting some cuts, right? So do you want to share anything on that?
Yeah, so the federal funding, the news that came out was at least we would maintain, or like you stated, flat, meaning we're not expecting a decrease in that, which is good news. Or else it would exacerbate this issue. This is specifically focused on our unrestricted side of the budget, which the majority of the funds are our LCFF funding. With restricted dollars that come in, I'm glad that there's no decrease in funding, but those funds come with strings attached. So the district doesn't have enough flexibility in what they could utilize those funds for. So like Title III dollars could only be spent on English learners, right? You don't have that flexibility to fund.
Yeah, part of the reason I mention that, though, is that as we look at this sort of broader conversation, right, site funds are largely things like Title I for our sites that have a large Title I population. So where we had been projecting some significant reductions on that, like maybe there is a little bit of a silver lining on that particular cloud.
Yeah, so a lot of those funding mechanisms are also triggered by enrollment and unduplicated percentage. So as the district is seeing a decline in enrollment, our unduplicated count is fluctuating as well. And so it impacts not only unrestricted side, but the restricted funding as well.
And Assam, before you go to the next slide, this is a good opportunity since we're talking about the shifts that occur between first interim and second interim. If you can just share with the public, what are some of the big shifts that happen? So even when we do adopted budget and then we bring that forward for first interim, there are a lot of things that happen between even when we have the adopted budget and we have some relative certainties before, but then we get that state budget, potentially some shifts in federal funding, which although right now looks like a little bit good. What are some of the things that can shift even between adopted budget and first interim?
A lot of things could shift. First interim adopted budget is presented in June, but we're preparing it in like April or May, right? So staffing is finalized, and 80% of our budget is staffing. So that gets finalized, and we don't have enrollment is finalized. Our CalPADS is certified, and so a lot of that information is in flux when we're essentially creating the adopted budget. And so first interim is the first look at what it would be, what your true budget is. All carryover dollars are now accounted for. Your final allocations for Title I, Title II, Title III is released between that time, between after the budget is adopted at the July 1st to like October, November. So the board doesn't see that until December.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted the public to have an also understanding that even after we have some knowns, when we adopt our budget and when the state gives us their final budget, the budget is constantly changing, and we're adapting to the budget as it evolves over the course of the year. So thank you for that.
Okay, so this just reiterates what was on the other slide. You have the student block grant, $6.9 million, LREBG, or Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant, about $1.78 million. These are all estimated based on ADA and guidance that we received from capital advisors and school services. So if those amounts change from the governor's proposal to May revise, those dollar amounts may change. Like if the funding level per ADA changes, then that changes as well.
Have we seen any language around these that would give us an indication on like how many years we would have to use those funds?
No, I have not received anything on how long we have to expend them. But the way our budget is looking, it will be expended in 1 year. Yeah. And so I just want to add that caveat. These are one-time funds. These funds are not intended nor can be relied upon for permanent staffing or ongoing expenses. They're one-time funds. And so what this strategically means for VUSD, the district is projected to receive a total of $8.6 million in one-time funding, consisting of $6.9 million from student discretionary block grant and $1.7 in additional LREBG block grant. We would also receive an additional $1.1 million ongoing for special education. And then we would receive the COLAs that were proposed. However, just a reminder, they are lower than what we have in the budget, so that's actually a reduction of revenue. So under all of these assumptions, the district would be at adopted budget 26-27, and the 2 fiscal years out, we would have a $12.3 million structural deficit, and we would certify with a qualified budget without any reductions. Qualified meaning we are not hitting our 3% required minimum reserve. You'll see in a couple slides that we're actually at $5 million. We need $8 million to certify positive. All right, so we're using the information that we had at first interim because that's the latest information we have. We're still in the process of producing and working on second interim. It's not due to be in front of the board until March, so we don't have that data available. But as of right now, all of those changes that we saw in the governor's budget or governor's proposal, I put into the fiscal year 26-27 and the out years accordingly based on if it's ongoing revenue or one-time revenue. And so you could see the changes reflected accordingly. And so it's important to note in the fiscal year 28-29, if you look at that surplus deficit line, you're at 12.3 million. Go all the way down to the bottom of that, you're at 1.94 reserve percentage at approximately $5.2 million for your reserves. You need approximately 8 million to be at 3%. And this is just a roadmap of what happens if the district certifies positive, certifies qualified, or certifies negative. Essentially what Mr. President Forsyth stated, that it would require county intervention, it would require a fiscal stabilization plan. The county has plenty of tools in their toolbox to utilize to monitor our district's budget and provide oversight.
And Hassan, just real quickly for the general public that doesn't understand what a fiscal stabilization plan and what it entails.
So a fiscal stabilization plan is just another word of what's your reduction plan for staffing. That's essentially what it is. What's your plan to bringing this budget balanced to 3%?
All right, Hassan, would you mind going back to the multi-year projection? So just so that like we're all on the same page about the assumptions here. So this projection is assuming we make no staffing changes, right?
Yeah, I don't have any reductions.
Yeah, so this is assuming like no reductions, no changes are made, but also no raises. Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely. There's no compensation increase built in here.
So I just want people to be able to understand that's what this picture is. Now, clearly, this is not like the only picture, right? Like there are all sorts of other variables that go into this, but this is what this picture represents.
Yes, it also has about 7% in there for increase for health and welfare. Those costs have been really in flux. The previous year, fiscal year 24-25, the rates increased by almost 12-13%. This year we saw a 7% increase. And so for the next 2 years, we've put in there 7%, but I can't predict what the next year's rates are going to be. So we put in a factor of 7%. But once we find out if it goes up 10%, then we'd have to adjust the budget accordingly. It also has built in 1.5% for step and column and longevity increases as well.
If we could just go to that next slide one more time to tie this together. So you started by saying that trying to keep our decision-making local, right? So the county, through the fiscal stabilization plan, encourages us to be able to make these decisions on their own, but if not, they provide us tools and incentive to work with them to develop that. And then if we still weren't able to work with the county through a fiscal stabilization plan, the next step is then state comes in and assists us in order to create that.
Yeah,
that
I wouldn't say
balance
they
point.
provide us tools to work with. I would say that they have tools that they could work with to oversee our budget, whether that be assigning a fiscal expert, not allowing us to print weekly check warrants to pay our bills. They could control that. There's a lot. They could assign FICMAT to come review, and so essentially there's a plethora of other tools that they could utilize.
Okay, so these are some reductions that do not necessitate a resolution for a variety of issues. I'll ask Gina to jump in after I just provide an overview so she can provide some details related to the secondary counseling contract ratio. But essentially, as the board is aware, we are below our current ratio. So there's some adjustments that can be made there to be within our contract ratio. And again, Gina will provide some information. The college and career counselors, the board is aware, we haven't had grant funding for that for some time. The El Camino Homestead Counselor, we heard from our student rep that we've been really fortunate from El Camino to have a grant to be able to assist with that service. The elementary counselor reduction recommendation by 0.2 is important for a couple of reasons. One, for people not familiar with Prop 28, there's an issue related to supplement versus supplant. So we have to be able to be very strategic about the way that we use our Prop 28 dollars. And then the Lemon Grove reduction, which we'll provide some information on. This, like a lot of things that we'll hear on the subsequent agenda items, really related to course request and enrollment. So Lemon Grove, over the last few years, has really struggled to maintain a consistent enrollment in 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. And so that's the nature of that recommendation there. And then the final two are vacant positions, and so those would be additional reductions as well. So we're happy as staff to answer any questions that you may have on any of these issues.
Okay, Kelvin, do you have any questions?
I'm not sure I have questions, but I do have some concerns. So first, I would say I'm not going to take these necessarily in order of the list. So I'll just start with the biggest one. For Lemon Grove, I have concerns about the timing of this potential change. I've shared this with you, Dr. Castro, so this is not a surprise, but for me, I feel like we are in the beginning process of school closure conversations, and any changes that we make that are kind of big structural changes really tip the balance of that conversation. And I think we've started this process. I think it's the right thing to let that process play out. And so I personally would not be in favor of making any structural changes to Lemon Grove currently.
Okay, I'm sorry. We're going to have to keep applause. Do jazz hands at least, or, you know. There you go. There we go. Okay.
So I know you're not, this isn't an action item, so this is not like a vote thing. This is more for board direction. But, and I think we've heard a lot from families and students, and first I just want to say thank you to all the people who took time out of your day to write to us. We appreciate hearing from you. I know everyone here reads those emails and appreciates hearing from folks. We are going to be in a place very soon where we have to make hard decisions about closing sites and reducing the offerings that we make to the community. I would just ask that we hold off on this particular decision until the fall so that we can have that conversation as the whole.
Shannon.
Well, while we're on Lemon Grove, I concur with Trustee Rodriguez. One of my concerns as we enter into the school closures is the potential of our K through 8s to be able to really flex more than some of our other schools. So for example, if we have a nearby middle school that's closing and we offer them the different comprehensive middle schools, but that if that's not a fit, then perhaps the ability of our K through 8s to be able to flex for those families, I think would be an important tool that I don't want us to please hold your applause, thank you. I don't want us to undermine our own ability to flex and for the recommendations made by our school closures committee. I don't want to tie their hands as they're making those decisions. So in my opinion, I would also like to retain those 2 FTE at Lemon Grove.
I do share Lemon Grove concerns, but before I go to that, the elementary school, I just need clarification on the Prop 28. And how would that be applied? What is some of that you were
Yeah, absolutely. So there would be a uniform reduction of 0.20, which is the equivalent of a day of reduced services. And that's required for Prop 28 along, we were talking a moment ago about our title funds. Prop 28 is unique in that it really aligns with a supplement versus supplant requirements. There's an expectation that Prop 28 be in addition to a service, but one of the presuppositions that was interesting from the very beginning with the state was that it's supposed that schools would be able to continue to afford to provide all the services despite things like the contractions that we're experiencing. So one of the things that's required before we could use Prop 28 in the way that we potentially could here necessitates that reduction, so that way we are supplementing and not supplanting. So what I'll ask Greg Bayless, if you can just share a little bit about the Prop 28, and then Gina also if you want to talk about the training too that's been offered.
Yeah, the Prop 28 funding is for additional instruction in the arts. And one way that we have explored the possibility of offering students additional instruction in the arts is through counseling and wellness. So arts through wellness. And so we engaged in a sort of an exploratory preliminary training on January 6th for many of our elementary counselors to be trained in arts and wellness. And so that's a model that we can recommend. So that word recommend, this is my last comment on that, is that that's important because per the law, it's a site-based decision on how to spend those site-allocated funds.
Greg said what I would have said about the trainings that we provided, and we could also provide, no, it's fine. We can also provide that training in the future if it's needed. We provided that training to provide options to increase our flexibility with our staffing as the constraints continue to impact our ability to provide those services for our students.
So I have two concerns about, I wasn't sure like how we were going to do this. So I didn't mention the elementary counselors, not because it's not important, but because I just jumped to the other thing. Anyway, when it comes to the elementary counselors, I have two concerns. One, we hear all the time from it was in our board survey, it was in every conversation I've ever had with a principal at an elementary school that their counseling time is absolutely essential to the school's function and for kids to be regulated and all of those things. So I really believe that those things are important, and also I have concerns about the impact this has on our Prop 28 focus on music and art and the core art instruction that the state's voters voted on and believe is important, and that we as a district have held as important for many years. So I have concerns about this, but what I personally would be comfortable with is waiting to see what happens with the LREBG grants at the state level, because if that money materializes, I would like to see us invest at least some of that money in continuing our elementary counselors. But that's uncertain right now, right? So we can't count a chicken till it hatches. And we know with state budgets, many times those chickens don't hatch. So you're not asking for a vote, again, but that's from me. I feel strongly that like anything we can do to preserve our elementary counseling services are important. And if there's no other way to do it than through the Prop 28 funds, I'm okay with that. But I would prefer that the district prioritized it as a budget item.
If I could just, I'll share some information that probably is good for everyone to hear too. Just like the other reductions that are proposed, we staff all year long. So there is nothing that would stop us from, at any point, even leading up to the start of the school year or after the start of the school year, once we have a better understanding of what the budget is, to be able to augment in that way. Yeah. So that is absolutely possible.
Sorry, James, I'm going to just add to that like, again, part of why I think this is important is because it is important for our staff to have the stability of knowing they will have a job next year, right? Where the money comes from, we might have to like work through that, right? But I do think it's important for our elementary counselors to know that like their work is valued and appreciated.
I just, in that regard, and then I have one other item, but I would really like to be able to hear from the elementary counselors that took the training for the art through wellness. I would really love to be able to get feedback. So find me at the district website and send me an email or phone. My phone number is on my thing as well. Carol and Sarah know my phone number. They'll be happy to give it to you. But I really would love to know, because I love, in my own classroom, I love when there's the nexus between two different subjects. You know, we're talking about history and there's an art project that goes with it, or there's a song from that period that the kids learn. So I really love that nexus. So I'm very intrigued by the idea of the art and wellness connection. I would like to get some feedback on that from our elementary counselors that did the training. And then the other one, Dr. Castro, I was hoping you might be able to speak to the college and career counselor, just to explain, because from what I understand, this is one FTE that is a retirement at VHS, is that correct?
Gina, what are we comfortable sharing? Okay. Okay, why don't you go ahead? Yeah.
Yes. So personnel matters are sometimes confidential, but there is information about some of our retirements on the agenda. So yes, we do have a retirement in this position. And as Dr. Castro had mentioned earlier, the funds that had previously been utilized, the grant funds, expired a couple years ago.
And so in terms of where do we go from here, right? Was that the question? I just wanted to make sure we're good on the personnel side.
I don't want to leave a school with no college and career counselor. I'm the parent of a senior. I know how precious that is. So what's the plan? What's the plan, Stan?
Yeah, great.
Sure. Without presupposing board action, we would certainly go through a process of engaging principals, counselors on a design, but we do have two models of college and career counseling in the district. So among our 3 comprehensive sites, 2 have college and career counselors currently, and then many of the duties are done through the teacher librarian, and it's a shared responsibility between the regular counselors at that site. So that's one model, but there's no crisp plan I can present to you other than to say that would be a process that we'd have to engage our site leaders and our counselors with designing.
And Buena and Ventura both have college and career tech that is not currently being proposed for a reduction.
That's correct.
Does Foothill have a tech?
Foothill does not have a college and career counselor or a college and career counselor tech. They have a teacher librarian that does some of those duties, and a library tech that also, I believe, supports in some of those duties as well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for answering that. And I have to concur with regarding Lemon Grove. As we go through this process of closing schools, we're thinking about that whole process. It might be a little too soon to have that conversation about Lemon Grove. We might want to incorporate that in the entire process, actually, for the very same reason that Shannon brought up. We could get some individuals that flex over there. But my question with Lemon Grove is, what is the current? Can we give a current enrollment? Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, yes.
For the middle school. Sorry.
Yes, we can for the middle school. And then I'll provide some options to the board, yeah.
Current enrollment as of a data point, so like it changes in time. So the data point is 19 6th graders, 25 7th graders, and 27 8th graders. Those numbers may have changed, but that was at CBEDS. Oh, sorry, I apologize. That's the wrong school year. We're in 25-26, sorry. 6th grade is 14, 7th grade is 20, and 8th grade is 25.
And then projected. If you can share.
I'll just add, so projected based on school of choice enrollment for 6th grade next year will be 11. And then those 14 will roll up to 7th grade, and 19 will roll up to 8th grade.
So, one of the things that I think, at least as a former middle school parent of a kid who struggled a lot in middle school, right? Like, it seems like that's a time when we do see movement, right? Where kids are like, actually, I really thought I wanted to go to a big comprehensive school, and now I'm feeling uncomfortable. So do we typically see mid-year movement, like into those K-8s?
We do. I'm not sure if we have definitives, but there are often times where students who might be not, like you said, landing as well as they would have liked in a comprehensive environment, that at least explore alternatives, including Homestead and our K-8s. And so Lemon Grove, as one, our only K-8 with room, tends to be a point of consideration for parents.
Okay, and you gave the projections. So how many fifth graders do we have? Do we have those numbers? Or
Yeah, we have 35. I'm going to comment on, you were talking about these projections, these recommendations are made on projected enrollment. So regardless of the number of students that are currently enrolled in the fifth grade, when we look at who is selected to continue in sixth grade for next year, currently that number is 11. And just for the public's benefit in general, it's very similar to how that plays out in other K-8s. An enrollment may be bigger in fifth grade, and then sometimes the students who are moving into sixth grade, not everybody wants that K-8 experience. It's pretty standard. So in terms of what that could look like, although I think we have clear direction from the board, but what that could look like is even having your sixth grade of 11 students being with one teacher, and for an enrollment perspective, for an enrollment justification if you wanted to. Again, this is based on projected enrollment. The enrollment is projected to be low enough in 7th and 8th grade. You could have all of those students with one teacher, with all the other complications that would come with that, right? And so that's why I think what I hear you saying is you're asking us to maintain all three teachers across the grade level with lower enrollments, and so that way, in anticipation of school closure, we can at least be there to welcome the students if people end up choosing to come to Lemon Grove, even though over the long-term enrollment trends, we don't see that happening, but it could with school closures.
And I would say maybe for those Lemon Grove families who've, been stressing over the last week, one potential silver lining of this is that it has raised the profile of the program. And so, tell your friends there's room at Lemon Grove in the middle school, so maybe that will help fill those classrooms to a point where we're not in that space.
So I really would stress that we can do the universal sign of applause, just because it's hard to hear sometimes when we hear, and also we're projecting it, and also disrupts the meeting. So I just want to clarify that again. So just to get you have direction on Lemon Grove.
Yes.
And the elementary school counselors, I agree. Maybe we should hold off until we find it.
And again, we don't need. There's nothing to hold off on. We'll revisit this. Yeah, we'll revisit it based on the funding, but we have that direction from you. Thank you.
Okay. We do have public comment when you're ready.
Sure. Yeah, I think we have a couple more slides. Any other questions?
I will just point out, if you feel like your issue has been addressed and you would like to go home, not that we don't love to hear from you, but there are a lot of comments today, so.
Okay, so moving on, does the board have any more questions?
Hold on, can we, before we move on, it's not related to this, but I do want to make sure that we're being, okay. So this portion of the slide is with the previous portion of the slide, was not part of the original budget presentation for the governor's proposed budget. This information was last shared at one of our town hall meetings as we had a budget focus. What we are doing is keeping track of all of the positions that are central office positions and management related positions. Just like if the board were to take action again on any management or central office positions, we will add that to this list of a reduction so that way the community can see those reductions that have taken place since I became superintendent in 2022. There were reductions, a few reductions prior to that, which again, I just wanted to use my start as superintendent in 2022 as a milestone, not so much to limit what the reductions that hadn't taken or they had taken place before. So this will be, has been publicly available, will continue to be publicly available as we consider and as the board approves any potential reductions to central office staff.
Alrighty, any other questions? We'll go ahead and move on to public comment then.
Okay, the civility statement, just a reminder about the civility statement. We have Natalie Debus first, followed by Brian Schumacher, and those are the two public comments for this particular item.
Good evening. Board members, thank you for allowing me to speak, although I'd much rather be at home with my toddler. I'm the College and Career Counselor at Buena High School, and not filling the Ventura High School College and Career Counseling position isn't a layoff, no, but it's a reduction in direct services. So I'm here to respectfully ask that you maintain a full-time College and Career Counselor at Buena and Ventura. This position is specialized, data-driven, and critical to student success. This spring, 140 students are participating in dual enrollment. On average, each student requires 4 individual meetings just to successfully register, totaling 560 one-on-one meetings. That doesn't require all the follow-up meetings to get their transcripts given to their counselors. In addition to individual counseling, I've done over 34 college and career classroom presentations and AVID presentations. That's over 2,000 student contacts. I've done 8 four-year college workshops, 6 unpaid evening events for families, and as of today, I've had an additional 707 student visits to the College and Career Center. That's just some of it. Buena's College and Career Indicator is the only one in blue on the California School Dashboard for Buena, with 63.6% of students prepared compared to 51.7% statewide. Also, an 11.3% increase from last year, which is largely due to dual enrollment. This position cannot be absorbed by my academic counselors who are already overextended and facing increased caseloads. Expecting them to take this on is unrealistic. This also can't be completed by a classified employee. It requires a PPS credentialed counselor with extensive training, institutional knowledge, and years of experience. Also, comparing us to Foothill, love Foothill, graduated from there, apples and oranges. I have the dashboard right up in front of me, and they have a 39% socioeconomically disadvantaged, we're 60%. 9% English language learners, and they have 3. You can't compare the two.
Time is up. Brian Schumacher.
All right, moving right along. Hi, good evening, President Forsyth, trustees, and Superintendent Castro. My name is Brian Schumacher, and I'm Advocacy and Community Impact Manager for Autism Society of Ventura County. We understand that VUSD is in a tough situation, attempting to balance a budget while dealing with ongoing declining enrollment. Staff reductions should prioritize non-student facing positions wherever possible so that the day-to-day educational and emotional experience of students is impacted as little as possible. It is impossible to know if the district has trimmed the district office to be as slim as it can be without seeing a list of district positions. Has the board been provided with a list? If so, why has that list not been made public? It is critical to preserve the unique programs that make the student experience at Ventura Unified School District so special, particularly for underserved students, including students with disabilities. It pains us to see the thinning out of CTE programs and so many paraeducators and special education staff members on these lists. Long ago, ASVC advocated for a K-8 option that would be equipped to serve students with disabilities. While the district did not plan for one, the team at Lemon Grove stepped up. This school has become a safe space for many VUSD students with IEPs. While the district has, at times, framed the high number of IEPs at Lemon Grove as a liability, our families experience a K-8 option that can accommodate their children is a great strength. This flexible and responsive program supports students and their families in impactful and meaningful ways. As staffing reductions are considered, we believe programs like Lemon Grove
30
deserve
seconds.
careful consideration and preservation. Lemon Grove K-8 has saved VUSD millions in out-of-district placement costs. Removal of the K-8 program at Lemon Grove will lead to more placements at VCOE schools, costing the district far more than keeping the program intact. While making decisions about staffing cuts, we urge the board to center the conversation on minimizing the impact on students. We urge the board to hold off on making a decision on cutting student-facing staff until there's been a public process to review current staffing at the district level. For more information about ASVC and our advocacy committee, please reach out at advocacy@autismventura.org.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you to staff for presenting. I'm going to go ahead and move on to 14A1, the consideration of resolution regarding release of temporary certified employees. Thank you.
And I'll hand this over to Gina Wolowitz. Thank you.
Good evening. I present to the board consideration of the release of our temporary employees. This is a annual process that we do with our temporary employees to remind the board and the public. The California Education Code allows us to backfill positions that we have permanent and probationary employees in. When those permanent and probationary employees are out on a leave, we backfill with a temporary employee so that when that employee comes back from their leave, they have a position available to them, as well as people who are in, employees who are in categorically or specialized funded positions, like the positions that Dr. Mirza, the funding sources that Dr. Mirza mentioned this evening as those one-time dollars. Those would, should they be filled with positions of employees, those could potentially be temporary. So for consideration of the board, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
So if a need for these positions materializes on August 12th or before, we would reopen the position or rehire someone, correct?
Correct. Just as we talked about, our enrollment processes are fluid processes and very dynamic, as well as our budget processes, so is staffing. And our hiring processes are not a moment in time, and we continue to evolve. So yes, if there was changes in the enrollment or the needs, those could be added at that time.
I have a quick question. I know there's different levels. There's like temps, probationary, all of that. So do temps have any like right to return, or do they have, when they come, like if they are hired back again, does their previous time with the district count?
So we can go back for one year, Anthony, just to triple check. I can answer it in specific situations, but answering broadly, I want to be sure that I give accurate information. So we can go back 1 year and count that year as a probationary year if they move into a probationary assignment. Yes.
Thank you.
All righty, any further questions? Okay, I'll take a motion to, I'll take a motion for this resolution.
I'll move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
And Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
Okay, thank you so much. Before we move on to consideration of the next resolution, 14A2, we're going to take a short 10-minute break, pre-break for folks, but we'll come back at 8:02. Okay, thank you so much. Alrighty, thank you. Welcome back. So we're going to move on to 14A2, but before we do that, I'm just going to invite anybody who wants to speak on Lemon Grove is welcome to do so, but we've already had that discussion, and we were going to bring it back at a different date. So I just wanted to throw that out there one more time. So, Dr. Castro.
Okay, thank you, President Forsyth. Before I hand this over to Gina Wolowitz to walk through the resolution, in general, as with our previous conversation about Lemon Grove and other issues, the combination between enrollment and then what that looks like in terms of student course requests, a lot of that is materialized here. And then there'll be what some of that looks like in terms of enrollment also affecting special education positions, and then additional reductions at the ESC. So Gina Wolowitz, if you could walk us through this, please. Thank you.
Yes, so before you is Resolution 2603, which is for your consideration, the resolution to reduce or discontinue particular kinds of service for certificated services for the 26-27 school year. As I mentioned earlier, staffing is a dynamic process. It is happens over a period of time, so we're in the initial stages of that staffing process. So this list is representative of are the annual student requests that we have for students selecting their coursework for the 26-27 school year. In addition, some of the special education positions that you see represented on the list this evening are a result of one of our early childhood programs having a significant reduction in their decline in their enrollment in their program. And then I would just call attention that the italicized positions are administrative or management positions on the list. And happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Okay, Calvin. No questions? Yeah.
Not a question. Sorry, it's like my second time tonight. I'm usually more organized in my thoughts than I am today. But I think one of the things that when I look at this list, it really stands out to me is because I know who the people are that are on this list. I really think it's noteworthy to just say this is not a reflection of their abilities, their talent, what they bring to our district. In particular, we have some very long-time teachers here who are really outstanding CTE teachers and who have brought a lot of really wonderful programs to life for our students and who have been fantastic mentors to other teachers and have brought attention to our district in a really favorable way through their professionalism and their talent. You know, guys at VACE, I'm looking at you when I'm talking about your program and some of the other programs that are on here. So I just don't want people to think this is because we're choosing not to keep these really talented people, but because we are not having students choose those courses. That's why we're in this position. So long-winded way of saying I really appreciate many of the people on this list, and it pains me to see us in this place.
I mean, echoing, I had my first dose of this when we had one of my son's teachers on the list last year. And it's like, oh man, it really hits home. But I mean, I've just heard from so many people about through this process, we get so many emails singing the praises of our staff members and just how incredibly valuable they are, from families, from former students, from their colleagues. And I feel like as I was answering emails, that was, please do not allow yourself to think this is a reflection on the quality, of your teaching and your impact to our students. So just thank you to the folks on there.
I agree. Just echo what my colleagues. I do have one comment and one question. Being a special education teacher, anytime I see special education, anything on a list, I immediately freak out because it's such an impacted area, such an impacted program throughout California. The special ed TOSA, I just want to say that, this was a hard one to digest. It was a hard one to see. I know that my special education in TOSA, when I first started teaching, shout out to Kenya Weinberg at OSD, she was instrumental to me finding my feet. So seeing that really pains me that we have to let go of special ed TOSA. My question is, for the speech language pathologist, I just want a little bit more information on that. And I know that an SLP they are few and far between, and it's hard to find one. So I just wanted to get a little bit more information.
I would just echo what the board said, and I agree wholeheartedly with the value of our employees. In regards to this SLPs, that's based on our projected enrollment in our programs. Should the enrollment change, then we would immediately respond to that and recruit those positions back. And anybody on the layoff list would have rights to reemployment to return to those positions.
And then Gina, you mentioned it in passing, but if you can share a little bit more specificity, right? Some of this also had to do with that programmatic enrollment for our early intervention center. Yeah.
Sure. So previously, our early intervention center in the past year had approximately 300 assessments that they were doing. This year, I think they're in the in the 60s. There's a significant decline in the number of assessments they're getting, referrals from Tri-County Regional Centers, as well as community referrals. And so this is a direct correlation to that significant reduction. I think there's approximately 50 students currently attending EIC, which is significantly down from last year. We had approximately 100 transition IEPs coming out of EIC, and so there's just been a significant decrease in that enrollment, and that is tied to most of the special education positions that you see on the resolution.
So just to be clear about the SLPs, they will still be within contract, and all of our students who need speech and language will be receiving the services that.
Yes, they will be within their ratios.
Thank you for asking that question, because I was going to address that and then say a little bit more. For people unfamiliar with educating students with disabilities, they often, in order to qualify, those services are mandated. They are mandated by the state and by the federal government. We're required. Once as an offer of FAPE, that is agreed upon in their IEP, as a district, we are required to provide those services. So we have obviously no intention, there's zero incentive to not provide those services. One, because it's morally incorrect. There are remedies if and when we're unable to provide those services. We have to at some point provide those services, but more largely, there is never an intention to not provide that services, because it is required, but it's also a part of that student's IEP goal and the services that come along with that are goals driven. So we would, if for whatever reason, just as Gina shared, if those numbers increase, we have to increase our staffing.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? So we're going to move on to we're going to do public comment. Sorry, public comment, please.
Thank you. We have a number of public comments, so if you can please come up. Dr. Bayless, do you mind taking the stool out from under? We have a number of students that'll be speaking. So up first is Gianni Gonzalez, followed by Parker Duffy, followed by Harper Van Wagner.
Yeah, we're going to be sticking at 2 minutes just for y'all. We have to be continuous in that. Thank you.
Gio. Hi, my name is Gio. I am a student at Lemon Grove School. I transferred from Will Rogers to Lemon Grove. The reason why I like Lemon Grove is because when I first started in 3rd grade, I was a little nervous. I needed help with things like math, ELA, and other subjects, but Lemon Grove changed that. Lemon Grove has helped me with subjects I needed help with, and I've made friends along the way. Currently, I am in 7th grade, and my GPA is 3.8. I go to leadership. I also stay for Makerspace. At Makerspace, I get to play with robots, use 3D printers, and build creations with from cardboard, and especially feel safe at Lemon Grove. That's all thanks to That's all thanks to all 3 middle school teachers at Lemon Grove. The reason why you shouldn't get rid of the middle school program is because families have already transferred from different schools to our school because of the great program, support, and the unity Lemon Grove School has. As a student, this program has helped me be a better student, and the teachers, staff, and parents have never given up on me. Please don't cut our middle school program. We have all worked hard for it. Thank you.
Parker Duffy, followed by Harper Van Wagner, followed by sharing 2 minutes, Ray Lawhead, Taylor Gill, and Gally W.
Hello, I am Parker, a 7th grader at Lemon Grove. I love my school for many reasons. It is smaller than most schools, creating a safer environment for kids who are not social. Speaking of being social, it would be hard to go to another school and not know anyone. I know a lot about everyone, especially the teachers. This takes time to grow and build trust. It would be tremendously hard to try and start that again. This K-8 sets you up for life, learning to bond with kids who are younger than you. This is a life skill if you have kids. Take my little buddy, for example, Parker, who is a 2nd grader at Lemon Grove. If this school closes, you will be taking away my friendship with him. I won't stay for the combo class due to me having a horrible experience in a 4-5 combo when I was in 5th grade. This creates an environment where there is little time to interact with students and teachers to build that trust. If other schools close, we will take students under our school roof. Give Lemon Grove a chance and leave it open.
Up next is Harper Van Wagner, followed by Ray Taylor and Callie, followed by Mason Brooks.
Unheard by the current proposer. As a 7th grader at Lemon Grove, removing 6th grade and combining 7th and 8th is an unrealistic burden on teachers. It also risks the health for our students' education. These students deserve better. Lemon Grove has saved many people from terrible decisions. Overall, the Lemon Grove program is amazing and has all the accommodations that are needed to succeed.
The proposal does not just eliminate 2 teacher positions and create a combo. It dismantles an entire program which takes more thought and careful consideration than what has currently been given. This school is more than a building. It's a community that shapes future. In Lemon Grove leadership, we've learned that big decisions take time, careful consideration, and input from the students who will be impacted. In science, we learned that when a current model or experiment fails to give us the results we wanted, rather than give up, we adjust materials or variables. In language arts, we learned hearing different perspectives can sometimes open our eyes to things maybe we were not aware of simply because they didn't impact us. Please do not let this door close for so many students that love and need this program. This school is special because it's not just where we learn academics, but where students are seen, supported, and given opportunities they won't find anywhere else in our district. Lemon Grove is one of a kind, and all these people showing up shows how special it really is.
Ray Taylor and Callie, followed by Mason Brooks, followed by Chisela Salazar.
Thank you for having us. We are 7th graders at Lemon Grove Middle School program. Our names are Taylor Gill,
Callie Wadsworth, and Ray Lawhead.
We feel unseen and unheard by the current proposal of taking away our middle school program. By taking away the 6th grade class and combining the 7th and 8th graders, that will make the 7th and 8th graders who came to Lemon Grove to feel seen and to get more help with studies. Takes away all the help they came here for.
Lemon Grove offers a safe community where I feel comfortable with my teachers and fellow students. The teachers in the middle school program are helping us to find our voices because they see each of us as individuals and not just a name on a paper to grade.
Some of the memories of our middle school teachers is the dry ice lab, walking to Petco and 7-Eleven, and art days with our 3 middle school teachers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next is Mason Brooks, followed by Gisela, followed by Odin Patrick.
Hi. Hi, my name is Mason, and I am a 6th grader at Lemon Grove. I've decided to go to Lemon Grove because I get stressed really easily, and having to keep track of certain classes at certain times would freak me out. I did this even though my old Juana Maria school friends were going to a regular middle school. This is how important it was to me. As soon as I got to Lemon Grove, my grades got better, I made more friends, and got less anxiety. Ms. Paget and everyone at Lemon Grove Middle School program are really kind, challenge us, and understand that not all of us will do well in a regular large school. Some of my friends are in 5th grade are planning to go to Lemon Grove next year. But if they can't, they won't come back for 7th or 8th grade either, especially if the grades are mixed. I think grades would go down for everyone, and the teachers would not be able to teach things as well as they do now. If you have not been to Lemon Grove Middle School program, I really suggest you come to visit and see how happy everyone is there. Thank you for taking this time to listen to me talk.
Up next is Gisela, followed by Odin, followed by Faith Miller. Do we have Gisela here? Okay, Odin, followed by, pardon? Faith Miller, followed by Harley Patrick.
My name is Odin Patrick. I am in a 5th grade. I am a 5th grader at Lemon Grove School. I was supposed to go to Lemon Grove Middle School next year, but now I'm not sure. I was super excited for the color run. My brother said that at the end you get to spray each other with color stuff. It sounds so fun and messy. I was also excited to have teachers who I could talk to. I wanted to feel comfortable asking for help. Mostly, I was excited to be a leader for my little brother Wallace at the elementary school. Big kids help on Phoenix Fridays. I wanted to be that big kid for him. I wanted him to be proud of me. When you talk about our school, please remember the stuff we get excited about. The fun runs, the nice teachers, and the chances to be good big siblings. That's the stuff that really matters to us. Thank you.
Up next is Faith Miller, followed by Harley Patrick, followed by Ahir Pereira.
I have a paper, but just imagine I have one in my hands because I left it at my house. Anyways, so in my opinion, I feel like Lemon Grove Middle School isn't just a school. It's an entire community, and this community is built up from everyone there, not just the teachers, not just the students. All of us together we all know each other, and we all work together to make a beautiful community. And without the middle schoolers there, or having them combined into one class, I feel like it would just break up what Lemon Grove is. Lemon Grove is helping others, learning how to treat others, and learning about yourself. I know a lot of people who have gone to Lemon Grove who have had wonderful experiences that are better than other middle schools. So I feel like Lemon Grove itself is really important, and having the middle school aspect of it really helps, and it also teaches people that I've met to how to take care of themselves, how to take care of others, and how to love and treat others the way they should be treated. And personally, from my experience, I really love the teachers here. They are really nice, and I've learned a lot more, and my GPA went up a lot when I got into middle school because I had a really bad GPA, and I am glad that I've gotten better over this time. And I just wanted to say that, in general, Lemon Grove is a place where we all love each other, and if we are all put away or not seen or not cared about enough to where you have to get rid of a program, then Lemon Grove isn't Lemon Grove anymore.
Harley Patrick, followed by Ahir, followed by Angel.
My name is Harley Patrick, and I am currently an 8th grader at Lemon Grove. My time at Lemon Grove wasn't just about going to school, it was about belonging. From the moment I walked in, it felt different from my old school. We all were not just classmates but friends. We struggled through math together, laughed in the hallways together, and celebrated each other's wins. We were a team. In the heart of that team are teachers. They weren't just instructors, they were mentors who knew our names, our strengths, and what we were capable of. Even when we didn't see it ourselves, they made us feel seen. Then there were the adventures, the field trips that were anything but ordinary. We'd walk to PetSmart to get fishes for our hydroponics lab, and we were amazed by art at the Getty Museum. We went to the farmer's market for our gardening class, touching soil and tasting food we helped grow. And we are planning a trip to the Museum of Tolerance to deepen our understanding of history in the most meaningful way. These weren't just breaks, these were our world getting bigger. And for me, there was one extra amazing thing to it all: my brothers. Every Phoenix Friday, we would high five, do silly dances and challenges. We'd be right in the middle of it together. Whether we were making slime, building Orby tubes, or cheering each other on, those were our days. It made this place feel like home. So as I look back, my hope is simple. I hope the doors will swing open just as wide for them as it did for me. I hope they find their own close-knit group, feel the same teacher support, and get to have their own adventures, from PetSmart to the Getty. I hope to be part of something special here, and I hope my brothers get to have the same incredible experience I had.
Ahir, followed by Angel, followed by Mary Anderson.
Hi, my name is Yahir Pereira. This is what I got from my experience at Lemon Grove and where it's led me. Being a part of the Big Buddy program at Lemon Grove provided me and motivated me hard to be a good mentor and set the examples for others to follow. From little ones to the ones counted out, I made them all feel welcome. I still remember till this day walking into a TK room with all the little kids, seeing how happy they got, and especially a little girl who naturally felt like a relative of mine. Even sharing the sport that I love and take pride in, with teaching the kids with special needs how to play football and how to be a team with each other. All this gave me a purpose, especially a sense of accomplishment. Lemon Grove taught me that with failure it is okay, and the staff and teachers taught me that without failure there isn't growth or the expectation set. Either that it has taught me that failing isn't a bad thing, it's a chance for one to grow and learn from. With the skills that I have learned attending the program Lemon Grove provided for me, I've been able to not just grow as a person, but be a more member of my community, no matter the backgrounds or upcomings from others. I've gone to follow my path with these skills to push myself to try out to make out the Foothill Tech boys soccer team, where I once lacked confidence in attempting to stand out. I've also gone to pursue the biggest challenge I've had as a kid, with that of support and belief of the teachers I've had, to go and now study and achieve majoring in paramedicine, where I would later go on to be the first in my family's generation here to serve in the United States Air Force and earning the role of becoming a PJ, a Paramin Rescue. This manner of pursuing this path was possible with the foundation that Lemon Grove has provided me. Thank you.
Angel, and we're going to do one last call before we call all of the other adults up. Gisela, followed by Mary Anderson, followed by Thomas, I cannot read the writing, F.
Hi, my name is Angel. I'm 16 and I was born and raised here in Ventura. I grew up from a quiet family, so school was pretty hard for me to get through because of how I grew up until I went to Lemon Grove. Honestly, being in this school had to have been the best choice I ever made, because before Lemon Grove, I went to Balboa for my 6th and 7th grade year. I would have problems socializing and learning. But when I joined Lemon Grove, I instantly felt a sign of comfort and relief, mainly because of how welcoming the people are, such as the staff, the teachers, and the students. But being in Balboa, I would struggle a lot with learning in class. It was to the point where my grades would go downhill really bad. I wasn't able to learn things because of how nervous and antisocial I was. And when I joined Lemon Grove, that helped me develop learning skills and social skills I never knew I had. After that year going into high school, I felt good about my self-confidence. I felt strong and ready to learn, and it was all thank you to all the teachers, staff at Lemon Grove. I hope all the students who had the same experiences as me get a chance at Lemon Grove and a chance to grow like I did. Thank you.
Okay, final call for Gisela, Okay, Mary Anderson, followed by Thomas, followed by Adriana Guerrera.
Follow.
Go ahead. Mary. It started, Mary. Okay. Try
Okay,
again.
good evening. I'm Mary Anderson, and I'm a counselor at Ventura High School. I'm here to talk to you tonight about eliminating the 1.0 FTE college and career counselor positions. I think it would be a serious mistake, one that would harm students, families, and ultimately the district itself. The college career role is a core student support position that directly impacts post-secondary readiness, equity, and long-term student success. At comprehensive high schools like Ventura and Buena, families reasonably expect access to a dedicated college and career counselor with a PPS credential. This is not a luxury service. The job is essential. This position has produced real documented improvements and results, as another counselor mentioned tonight. The district dashboard shows increases in all college and career readiness indicators. For example, here at Ventura High School, we've had like 3 years in a row, kids getting into Stanford and going, kids get into Caltech, MIT, Harvard. We just had a kid get into Cambridge. So it definitely helps to have the College Career Council. These improvements did not happen by accident. They happened because there is a dedicated professional whose sole responsibility is to guide students through some of the most complex and high-stakes decisions of their lives. Eliminating this role by 50% would disproportionately affect first-generation students, low-income students, and those without outside access to private counseling or family guidance. Families who can afford it will continue to hire private college counselors, pulling up support and confidence away from the school. Families who cannot afford private services will be left behind. Again, this is an equity issue, and it is a reputational issue for Ventura Unified. Let's be honest about enrollment. Parents choose schools based on the supports they provide. When families perceive that Ventura High or other Buena High School no longer offers adequate college and career guidance, they will look elsewhere. Thank you.
Thomas, followed by Adriana, followed by Julia Contreras.
I know that the district is in a budget crisis and that we need to make difficult decisions, but these decisions cannot be solely based on the backs of the lowest leveled staff. I understand that temporary employees typically get released at the end of the year and then rehired if the position is necessary, but 158 employees being let go is a huge number, especially since only one of these positions is a principal. That is a 0.6% ratio of management to union members. Of the 47 permanent VUEA and VESPA staff positions being released, only one is from the district management. That's Assistant Director of Student Support Services. That is a 2% ratio of management to union members. Combined, this is a 0.9% ratio. This is concerning since we have a significantly more district management now, 21 upper level management and 19 plus administrative support personnel compared to when we only had 4 key district administrators back when we had in 2015 when we had 3,000 more students. I am hoping that you have spent the last year auditing the budget of the district to determine that it is not us, the union members, that have caused this financial crisis, but the mismanagement of funds and a top-heavy structure of the district. Also, when you talk, as a counselor, when you talk about basing these cuts on course requests, when you have these course requests only counted halfway through registration, that is bull. Because we were going to the middle schools on the 26th to start our second half of registration, and that's when the numbers were done. We had only had our seniors and our juniors in. That is it. Not our incoming freshmen, not our current freshmen. That is bull if you are actually going to count the numbers and base your staffing off of half of the information.
Time's up. Up next is Adriana, followed by Julia, followed by Marissa Brown.
Good evening. My name is Adriana, and I am a teacher at Poinsettia. This is my 21st year with the district, but most importantly, I'm a mom to 2 VUSD students. My oldest is at Foothill, and my youngest is a 5th grader at Poinsettia. He is the reason I'm here today. I am angry and disappointed to learn that the amazing program at Lemon Grove for middle school students is in jeopardy of being dismantled. When I heard about Lemon Grove, I was thrilled to have found a school that would help my neurodiverse student thrive. He has been so worried about going to middle school and navigating such a different world when he already has such a difficult time navigating elementary school. My son is an intelligent, creative, and outgoing boy. As an educator, I know all too well that our school system is not set up for kids like him or any other student with the neurodiversity or special needs. Even with his 504 accommodations, school is difficult for him, and he struggles to feel like he belongs or is a good student. Learning about how Lemon Grove provides a smaller setting, academic rigor, and allows my son to be known and understood by his teachers was more than I could have asked for. He and I were so excited to be a part of this amazing place until this past week. After 21 years, I am tired of witnessing cuts being made to our most vulnerable and least supported students. They already have an uphill battle, yet VUSD seems to make that hill even steeper and harder for them to climb. Teachers are doing their best to support our kids, but again, it is being made more and more difficult by all of the needs in one classroom and all the other jobs on teachers' plates that need to be done due to a lack of support. We claim that our district stands for the future of every student, but is that really true? Our students consistently end up being collateral damage in this money game. Maybe it's time to start cutting from the top of the pyramid and then work our way down instead of always taking from our children first. I am here to fight for my son's future and all other students who need a place to thrive.
Up next is Julia, followed by Marissa, followed by Andrew de Incognito.
Hi, my name's Julia. I'm a mom of two beautiful kids. One's at J. Sarah and one is at Lemon Grove. She started in the 6th grade program and it's our home. I am pivoting. I'm hearing what you're saying. I know it's not on the chopping block today. This is for your future consideration when it comes back onto it. And hopefully it won't. But think of the data that you're looking at for the people that you're serving. Data is people. Data is people. I worked at the county when they did cuts across the board at the hospital. We lost wonderful nurses. We lost wonderful new people because they were the lowest man on the totem pole. Does that mean it's right? No. But Lemon Grove has history. It maybe hasn't grown as fast as Atlas, but Atlas is shiny and new. We chose Lemon Grove over Atlas for my family. I want to make sure you hear me. Look at where your data is coming from. I hung out with Dr. Bayless on the LCAP, and we know that good data is helpful and bad data will sink you. I'm a doctor of physical therapy. Data matters. If your data's bad, you need to throw it out. You're getting a lot of social data today. We also need numbers, but look where those numbers are coming from. People aren't just leaving the state, they're leaving the school district because the support is not there. We need to support our students, rise to the occasion. If the students aren't asking for help, it's because they're hearing crickets. They're not getting the help. My daughter suffers from anxiety. This program has been fabulous for her. She told me she feels loved and supported, and in a large model of a middle school program, it would have been nearly impossible, but I would have been there to support her, but not all parents can be. I work, I need you to work for me. Thank you.
Marissa, followed by Andrew, followed by Dora Herrera.
Good evening. My name is Marissa Brown. I'm a parent of 4 children, 3 who have graduated from this district. My youngest son is a freshman at Foothill. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of my son, my sister, and her son, who cannot be here tonight with us. Both my son and my nephew have dyslexia and needed alternatives to our traditional middle school programs. How grateful we are that Lemon Grove was there for them. Jackson is now a freshman at Foothill and is thriving. Brandon is a sophomore at Buena who is also thriving. I'd like to share their words with you tonight. Brandon says, I have dyslexia and I needed a school where the teachers really knew who I was and challenged me in the right way. The teachers at Lemon Grove treated me like I was smart and gave me confidence in learning. Because of the smaller school, they were able to truly get to know me and understand my needs. Having 3 teachers in the program provided me the opportunity to work with different teachers, learn many different subjects, and prepare me for high school. I ask that you please listen to the voices of the students who are directly impacted by this decision to cut 2 teacher positions. Jackson says, Lemon Grove gave me the opportunity to explore my interest. I love creating in the Innovation Lab, and my teachers gave me the opportunity to share my love with the whole school. Reading and writing are a challenge to me, but my teachers helped me. And when I moved past what my classmates were doing in math, my teacher pushed me. She challenged me and taught me more. We have all heard the saying, it takes a village to raise a child, and we truly believe that VUSD is a big part of that village. But it also takes people in that village who are willing to stand up and voice to the village what each child needs as an individual. My son needed this. Many children within VUSD need Lemon Grove's 6th through 8th grade program to be successful students, and this program must have 3 qualified teachers to run it properly. Thank you.
Andrew, followed by Dora, followed by Katie Paget.
Hello everyone, my name is Andrew D. Incognito and I'm a 5th grade teacher at Lemon Grove. As a temporary teacher, I have a unique perspective. I am not tied to long-term placement decisions, but I am deeply invested in what makes sense for students, families, and the district. Tonight, I want to talk about value, because the way we spend our money shows what we truly value. According to the district's long-range facilities plan, Lemon Grove received a multi-million-dollar investment as part of the K-8 conversion, including over $1 million designated for STEM facilities designed in part to support middle school instruction. The upgrades have now been completed, and students, like the ones you heard today, are now beginning to benefit from this investment. Rushing to significantly reduce middle school staffing before the school closure committee has even met risks undermining that investment before it had time to be fully evaluated. From a financial standpoint, this isn't just about cutting salaries. Families who feel their school was dismantled prematurely don't stay, they leave. If they leave, funding leaves with them, and they don't leave quietly. They leave with stories that affect this district's reputation for years. If the goal is to make responsible financial decisions, then the responsible choice right now is to slow this down. Allow the school closure committee to do its work and evaluate Lemon Grove as it exists today. Thank you.
Dora, followed by Katie, followed by Jeanette LaCroix.
Hi, my name is Dora, and I'm the mother of 2 kids at VUSD. I have a senior at Buena who's in the ESM program and a 5th grader at Poinsettia. I'm here to advocate for my daughter and all the students in the 6-8 program at Lemon Grove. Deciding on a middle school for her was never hard. We always knew Lemon Grove was the place for her. School has always been hard for her academically, but also she has struggled with her self-confidence, making and keeping friends, and trying to keep up with her schoolwork. We love Lemon Grove because as a 6-8, they not only help their students be organized and learn, but also how to self-advocate. They are building the next leaders for our community. They have so many electives available for them. The teachers work hard to keep learning fun and interesting. They stretch every penny and write grants and really listen to the needs and wants of all of their students. Lemon Grove 6-8 are a huge part of the culture of the school. They are woven into every inch of the school from TK through 5th grade. This program is the perfect fit for my daughter and other kids like her that excel in a smaller environment and need individualized attention. We know that there are some hard decisions coming up next year, but dismantling this program is not the answer. It is too important for so many kids, not just for their academics, but for their confidence in themselves. Speaking as a mom and a VUSD employee of 12 years, I implore you to keep this program open and explore other options. I'm so afraid for my daughter's future and the Lemon Grove 6-8 kiddos. I don't think she will make it if this is taken away. Thank you.
Katie, followed by Janet, followed by Ann Barr.
Good evening. My name is Katie Paget, and I am one of the middle school teachers at Lemon Grove. I'm here to urge the board to continue to question the district's recommendation to eliminate 2 of the 3 middle school teaching positions and basically phase out our program. For the past 5 years, our team has built this middle school model around one priority: students, all without sustained targeted district support to strengthen and promote this program. We have accepted every challenge the district has sent our way and have responded by building systems that support students regardless of their background, learning profile, or academic history. Together, we designed and developed a model that meets our students' needs. We created electives to expand learning opportunities. We built a physical education program so students would have access to movement and health. We secured several VEP grants this year alone, 7 at our school site, to increase enrichment. In partnership with our elementary colleagues, we have intentionally built a cohesive K-8 environment so students would experience continuity and stability during early adolescence. This program exists because students need it. Families choose Lemon Grove because they know their children thrive in smaller relationship-centered environments during the critical years of early adolescence. At Lemon Grove, students are known, they are supported, they are stable. That stability is not incidental. It directly impacts learning and development during a critical stage of growth. What's more, the school closure committee has only recently been
30
formed,
seconds.
and we have been told that no financial decisions have been made regarding long site term configuration. Yet this recommendation would begin dismantling a student-centered model before that broader review has even begun. From a student-first perspective, reducing stability now does not align with putting students first, nor does it align with the district's messaging that no final decisions have been made. Moving forward in this way creates the perception that long-term decisions may already be underway. If we are truly committed to the future of every student, then that commitment—
Time is up.
I'll respect your time, but I just really hope that you hear and see us tonight. Thank you.
Janet, followed by Ann, followed by Myra Alvarez.
Hello, my name is Janet, and I have been blessed with the ability to work at Lemon Grove for the last 26 years as a special education teacher. We have seen so many wonderful things come from our 3 middle school teachers, not just for the middle school program, but for our school as a whole. They have done so much to integrate their students, their strengths, and really come as a community for our school, and I appreciate them for that. So I want to just kind of let you know what they do besides their wonderful program. They are the coordinators for our Phoenix Friday. They are the coordinators for our garden. They are PTA supporters. They are positive behavior support leaders. They are the Innovation Lab coordinator so that all of our students at Lemon Grove get to use that Innovation Lab. They are ABAR coordinator. They are athletic director. They are a library coordinator. So you can see this, these are just some of the things that they do for our school, and they are a precious commodity. So I hope that you take this time and keep our school open as a whole. Thank you.
Ann, followed by Myra, followed by Darcy Duffy.
Need reading glasses. Oh, sorry. My name is Myra, and my son is Gio. He's in 7th grade at Lemon Grove. Gio joined Lemon Grove as a 3rd grader after attending Will Rogers. The staff at Lemon Grove did a tremendous job helping him fill in learning gaps he had due during COVID and from the dual immersion program. Gio is thriving at Lemon Grove in his classes, in his friendships, and with opportunities to be a leader in so many ways. He stays for leadership every morning to serve his school, learning how to follow directions to complete tasks and importance of helping others. He also stays for Makerspace the first Friday of every month, where he uses 3D printers, laser cut, build creations from cardboard, play with robots, and mostly has a safe space to be with other kids. He enjoys going to school because he feels safe, connected, and valued. Cutting 2 of the 3 teachers will leave 1 person to teach 7th and 8th grade math, science, and all the electives. Even the best educator would be left to juggle way too much to provide the quality of experience we have been receiving. This is not a program we signed up for, and the timing of this decision excludes us from visiting other schools' information session during the school of choice process. Please give Lemon Grove a fair shot at the school closure committee provides recommendations. If the committee and the board decide to shut down middle school, several families will gladly fill the spots at Lemon Grove. Thank you.
Ann Barr, is Ann Barr here? Okay. Okay, Darcy Duffy, followed by Felicia Nelson, followed by Emma Salgado.
I think Emma went home too. All right. 6 years ago, I saw a posting for Lemon Grove and knew immediately this was where I was meant to be. During my interview, I was asked why I would leave Foothill. I said growth requires trying something new. That was true, but not the whole truth. The truth is, I am all in, always. I believe deeply in building systems, programs, and opportunities that help every student succeed. And I believed then, as I do now, that my skills were needed there by students who deserve someone fully committed to them. When I arrived, I joined educators who had already been filling that role with heart and dedication for years. Together, we built trust, and from that trust, we built something powerful, a true TK-8 school that operates as one community. I still remember standing in the cafeteria with Erin, surrounded by 7 pallets of furniture and curriculum. She asked, "Do you need anything?" A question she still asks me almost every day. Desk by desk, classroom by classroom, we built a middle school from the ground up. Katie joined days later, and we worked nonstop, figuring out PE without proper equipment, designing electives that opened doors to high school CTE pathways, and most importantly, meeting students exactly where they were. Many arrived anxious, struggling, and overwhelmed, but we showed up for every single one of them. Since then, we've created Phoenix Friday, leadership programs, assemblies, and celebrations. Our garden and innovation lab came to life. Restorative practices became the norm.
30
Blaze
seconds.
Bucks, community circles, a revitalized library, an established PTA, and now a Renaissance program that celebrates academics, service, artists, and character. Our staff has earned grants, increased fundraising from PTA from 10 to 22,000, and stepped up into leadership in powerful ways with our shared leadership model. And we are just getting started. So I ask this, please continue to let us do this work. Continue to trust this team that is revitalizing Lemon Grove and bringing our community back home. I believe in what schools can be and dream a lot. If you build it, they will come. We
Time is
have
up.
built it. Now give them time to come.
Felicia, followed by Emma, followed by Tanya Toots-Hager.
Hi, my name is Felicia Nelson, and I'm the parent of a 7th grader student, Jaden, at Lemon Grove. I just want you to see his face because this is who you would be canceling this program for. It's not the school district, it's these kids who need this program. You can go sit down. Thank you, honey. I also have a senior at Buena, and I serve on the Lemon Grove PTA, and I also serve as a representative on the PAC for Lemon Grove and for the African American Parent Council. I'm here to strongly urge you to preserve the Lemon Grove Middle School program. I understand the very real challenges facing the district, budget deficits, declining enrollment, and staffing requirements, but these challenges should not be solved by dismantling a program that is working. I was surprised to learn Lemon Grove's middle school is being considered for closure, especially while a school closure committee exists and while conversations are happening about how to increase enrollment at Lemon Grove. This program is thriving because of extraordinary teachers Darcy Duffy, Erin Frazier, and Katie Paget, who have built a middle school experience rooted in leadership, science, technology, and strong relationships. Smaller class sizes matter. Again, look at the data. It's all out there, why it matters. They improve academic outcomes, reduce behavioral issues, and increase graduation rates, which decreases future intervention costs. At Lemon Grove, students are known, supported, and
30
valued.
seconds.
Lemon Grove's K-8 model is also a critical choice for families. Many parents leave the district during middle school because larger campuses don't meet their child needs. When I tell families about Lemon Grove, they often say, "I wish I would have known about the program." This program isn't failing, it's under-promoted. And that's because of this district, not because of these teachers that are here. You guys need to promote this program and put it out there. Thank you for your time.
Emma, followed by Tanya, followed by Julie Crawford.
Hi, my name is Emma, and sorry, my emotion is so bad, she can read for me.
My name is Emma, and my son Yahir attended 8th grade at Lemon Grove. He is currently in 11th grade at Foothill. Yahir has experienced many academic challenges and struggled with his decision-making at Anacapa. Sending him to Lemon Grove set him on a path towards success. We were finally able to get the support he needed. I saw firsthand the impact of students remaining on a smaller, more supportive campus during middle school.
The teachers and staff knew my son well, not only academically, but also personally. That level of attention and connection helped my son Yahir gain confidence, stay motivated in his learning, and successfully transition to high school. Yahir was behind in math, and Mrs. Duffy worked hard to address his learning gaps and prepare him for Math 1. Mrs. Frazier developed his reading and writing skills through innovative study options that truly connected with students. The teachers were available for calls and conferences so that we could all collaborate. Yahir also enjoyed being a great friend. He formed a special relationship with 5th grade students with special needs who loved playing soccer with him. They invited Yahir and his friends to their class parties, and the students earned extra time with their big friends when they completed their work and behaved well. Yahir became especially fond of the school custodian, Papa Juan. He took the time to mentor my son and the other children. They adored him so much that Mrs. Duffy gave up her spot on the 8th grade field trip so Papa Juan could go with the kids and enjoy the trip to Universal Studios with his children. He welcomed them into the van he drove on the trip with a box of donuts and a smile that made them feel very special. I can clearly see how well Lemon Grove prepared Yahir, not only academically, but also socially and emotionally, for high school and beyond. I strongly believe that keeping grades 6 through 8 at Lemon Grove gives students the stability they need during some of their most formative years. I urge the board to consider the long-term success of students who have attended Lemon Grove and the value the school brings to families and the community as a whole. Preserving the grades 6 through 8 program with staffing for 3 teachers will continue to support future students in the same meaningful way it supported my son.
I want to add something. If my son don't go to Lemon Grove, maybe he's not now in his grades. Because Lemon Grove trusts me and trusts my son. Because in the other school, nobody trusts my son. They want kicking out. Lemon Grove and the teachers is part of the
I'm
family.
very sorry.
Thank you.
Tanya, followed by Julie, followed by Chelsea Brooks.
Good evening. My name is Tanya Tautz-Hager, and I am a 2nd grade teacher at Lemon Grove. I am here to speak up for the TK through 8 community that we have built on our campus. It feels incredibly short-sighted to make this kind of a drastic and catastrophic change before the school closures committee has even met. At least give us time until school closures have been decided. Once families know which schools are being closed, they may look to the TK through 8 models available, and it seems as if eliminating a possible choice before the process has even begun seems foolish. Removing 2 of the 3 middle school teachers will basically destroy the middle school at Lemon Grove, and this will ripple out to affect the entire campus. Not only is it an impossible task to expect 1 teacher to teach 2 middle school grades by themselves, but this also removes 2 key players from our middle school team. And it is a team, one that not only works beautifully with each other, but with our entire staff. One of the best things about teaching at Lemon Grove is that our staff deeply, deeply cares about each other. And over the last 4 years, we have become a team, collaborating together to make the TK through 8 grade students care more about our school than I have ever experienced over the 15 years that I have taught on this campus. This is because our middle school students and teachers work with all of the students. Not only will we lose middle school students, but families have chosen our campus for their siblings too, which we would also most likely
30
lose.
seconds.
Please keep Lemon Grove School TK through 8. Thank you.
Julie Crawford, followed by Chelsea Brooks, followed by Casey Lawhead.
Hi, good evening. My name is Julie Crawford. I am a 1st grade teacher at Lemon Grove, and I've been at our school site for 15 years. My story starts in 2009 when my daughter was in 6th grade. I have 3 older sons, she's my youngest, and they all went to a comprehensive middle school and had a perfectly lovely time. I didn't really think kids might, struggle as much as I didn't know. They were my boys. And then all of a sudden I picked my daughter up for winter break, 6th grade year, and she was broken. She had been struggling the whole time, and I kept encouraging her, talking to her teachers and her counselors. And I had just been transferred into the open classroom middle school, which was also housed at the same campus, as a middle school teacher. And my daughter was so broken. It was the most heartbreaking thing that you can experience as a parent. And she said to me, "Mom, can I come to your school?" And I was, yes. So I arranged it. We lived in Thousand Oaks at the time, and all my kids were in school out there, but I arranged for her to come.
And in the open classroom middle school, just as we have in the Lemon Grove model right now, there was this nurturing and this taking care of her. So she started as this really shy and broken little girl. And by the time she got out of 8th grade, she was had found her voice, her
30
confidence, et cetera. I watched what happened at Open Classroom Middle School and what didn't work. And this team I've watched now, this is the most dynamic 5-star, off the charts. They've created it for you guys. It is so good. It is so good. You've heard everyone talk about it. And what they did was they connected the TK through 8, and we just need to promote it. Let us make a video and talk about it, and we'll have it rolling.
Chelsea, followed by Casey, Chelsea Brooks, followed by Casey Lawhead, followed by Casey Rodriguez.
Hello, my name is Chelsea, and I am the parent of a current 6th grader at Lemon Grove. Middle school is a high-stress transition for many kids. For children with anxiety, including my own, moving to a larger campus with new routines, multiple teachers, and increased social pressures can be overwhelming. That is why we chose Lemon Grove for our 11-year-old with inattentive ADHD. Since starting Lemon Grove, my son has become confident in his abilities and in who he is as a person. He is heard because he is no longer one of nearly 40 voices competing for attention. His grades are significantly higher with increased academic rigor, and most importantly, he is happy. It is the direct result of a 6th grade teacher who believes in him. Our child has thrived at Lemon Grove because of a program built by phenomenal educators. Educators who are being described tonight not by their impact on children, but as FTEs recommended for reduction. By cutting 2 of the 3 FTE positions in Lemon Grove's middle school program, you are not trimming it, you are ending it. One teacher cannot reasonably meet the emotional needs or academic standards of a combined 7th and 8th grade classroom. If this change occurs, I cannot in good faith keep my child there because the reasons we chose that particular K through 8 will no longer exist, and we will not be the only family. So I ask, is this decision truly about budget needs, or does it also make Lemon Grove more vulnerable ahead of school closure committee evaluations? Please consider the real harm this will cause. The students, thank you.
I believe it's Cassie Lawhead? Sorry. Casey, followed by Casey Rodriguez, followed by Kyle Jewell.
I'm Cassie Lawhead. I communicated with the board via email, and I want to go on record as saying I got thoughtful, intentional responses. You listened. You responded specifically to the things I said. It's obvious earlier in the meeting you heard us. You're on the same page as us. The reason we're driving this home is because we need to make sure that when the next proposals come out, they follow your directive. And I also want to say there's a lot of conversation tonight about the budget and all this inflation at the top, and we need to be clear that that's not you. You board members are not being paid exorbitantly. You're being paid pennies for the amount of time that you put in, and the only reason a person would be crazy enough to sit in your position is because you truly understand the value of public education and you want our district to be stronger. You sacrifice your time and your energy to be here, and we trust you, and this process is going to be hell. Having to close the schools, and I'm sorry that we have to go through it. But what we're asking, to be clear, I think you've understood us, is we need to be on the same footing as all the other schools. Give us a chance. And when there's clarity and numbers and everything comes up and we see from the committee and it's up for everybody to see, we as a community can decide how we're going to move forward. So I just would want to say one thing that's a little confusing is there are several schools later on the agenda getting approved for new roofing. So if that's unclear. Are those schools not open for, is that not a chance that they would also be considered for closure if they get several $1 million on the roof? So I would suggest we pause all of that. And then my last request is that you would create a survey for every school that across the city. If your school closes, where would you move your student? And we need to make our predictions based on where people will go, not where they are now.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Up next is Casey Rodriguez, followed by Kyle, followed by Allie Little.
Lemon Grove Middle School students matter. Their futures are not expendable, and yet, with input from a well-known Ventura Chamber of Commerce member on your closure advisory committee, many parents feel like their children are being treated as nothing more than a line item on your business plan. We must regain the parents' trust that their children are truly seen, valued, and respected as students, not business data. Lemon Grove students are amazing, brave, and filled with great potential. While out in our city, I ask all of you to speak of being a witness to tonight's spirit of Lemon Grove, a united force always empowering our students. To each student who spoke tonight, I am very proud of you. Your voice matters. Do not stop speaking. Whatever happens, I guarantee you that I will be there for you, and that commitment to always empowering youth is one reason why I am running for City Council. Every student, parent, and educator deserves a Ventura City leader who will always know that they are valued and collaborating together without having to come and fight for their value. Together, it is needed for a better and more inclusive future for our city. Thank you.
Up next is Kyle, followed by Allie, followed by Catherine Pike. So Kyle Jewell, Allie Little.
Good evening. My name is Allie Littell, and I have been a Lemon Grove parent for the past 7 years. During that time, I have served as PTA Vice President and President, coached cross country for both the elementary and middle schools for the past 3 years, and served on school site council. More importantly, our family lives across the street from Lemon Grove campus. We've had a front row seat to daily life here since 2013 and have watched the school grow and change significantly over the past 13 years. When Lemon Grove expanded from a TK to 5 to include middle school, great care went into the process and into building the team that brought that vision to life. For the past 5 years, Darcy Duffy, Erin Frazier, and Katie Paget have worked tirelessly to create the Lemon Grove TK through 8 community. Grades 6 through 8 are more than just a wing of the school. They are the heartbeat of the campus. Middle school is hard, and this program provides an inclusive space where students are known, valued, and challenged to think critically. Through programs like gardening, Renaissance, and Big Buddies, our middle school students find meaningful ways to be their best selves while preparing for their high school experience that lies ahead. Lemon Grove School is centrally located in the city of Ventura. VUSD has made a significant financial investment in making this opportunity available to our students. The momentum exists, the faculty are in place, and the facility is fully functioning. Cutting this program now would be a loss to that investment and momentum. It takes time to build programs that truly serve a community. 5 years of intentional work have gone into making this school what it is today. I recognize the difficult budget decisions that you face, and I urge
30
you
seconds.
to explore creative alternatives before making an irreversible decision. Thank you.
Next up, we have Catherine Pike, followed by Christina Miller, followed by April Lucia.
Good evening. As union members in VESPA and VUEA, it is our honor to prioritize our students, their learning, their opportunities, and their safety. At a time when our multilingual community is suffering horrifying attacks at the federal level, it is demoralizing to see that those that work on the front lines with our multilingual learning pathways, on special assignment in direct support of students, teachers, and guardians, are among those slated to lose their positions if the board approves these cuts. This is not the time to be cutting those that work directly with our multilingual students and families, and who support our monolingual students and educators too, with lesson plans, trainings, and in-the-moment student-family support. The devastating message that this sends in this political climate is that our district does not prioritize all of its students and families. Cutting services provided to our most at-promise students and families, our multilingual learners, our students with speech language and early childhood intervention support needs. Cutting school psychologists who ensure that that supports are provided to all students, and cutting educators of adult learners and our newest teachers will only serve to further harm those that are most at need in our district. I beseech the board to reconsider these cuts. In a top-heavy district, it is reprehensible to cut from the bottom with meager shavings from its peak. An upended pyramid cannot balance an education system. If urban school district superintendents in California can call for
25
appropriate funding from the state, which is, of course, still the fourth largest GDP in the entire world, for their students, I ask this board humbly, what is stopping Ventura Unified from doing the same? Thank you.
Up next is Christina Miller, followed by April, followed by Clement Washington.
Much for this opportunity to speak on behalf of not just Lemon Grove, but also anyone coming to this community. I'm new to this community. I moved here with my husband and my two sons in 23, and I now work for the school district as well. So I'm very invested, and I work at Lemon Grove specifically. And when I got the job, I didn't know anything about Lemon Grove. So my input is very new. But what I understand is they are doing something that's very unique that I've never seen before. So I just wanted to read a couple of things that I jotted down while I was sitting here, honestly, and because when do moms have time to do what I'm doing, right? While my son is sitting here with me. And I just wanted to let you all know I did some research. And I did some research specifically about what TK through 8th grade really is. In California, it provides stable, long-term learning environment that reduces stressful school transitions for both students and their families. This helps to foster strong and long-lasting relationships between students, teachers, and families, and the community. So, how do we increase enrollment at Ventura Unified School District? Not just at Lemon Grove, but in general. Removing grades 6 through 8 at Lemon Grove is not the answer.
30 seconds.
This would only contribute further to decreases in enrollment. Addressing declining enrollment should be proactive. Let's look at this. What does this say? Build on Ventura Unified School District strengths, student achievement, culture and climate, educational options and programs, facilities. Is this positive? No. No. What do we need to do? We need to increase enrollment. Is that going to be the right approach? No. So what we're doing here is we're really increasing the negativity instead of focusing on the positive. Let's flip.
Up next is April, followed by Clement, followed by Amy Lewandowski. April? Okay, Clement, followed by Amy, followed by Ralph Imondi.
Greetings, esteemed board members. Thank you for hearing me today. I don't have the cute factor as the students or anything like that. I don't need this booster here, and I don't have any signs or prepared speech or anything like that. I'm just going to speak from the heart why I feel that our program, first let me say I'm Clement Washington. I'm a student in the studio production technician program, and I'd just like you to hear my unrehearsed, impassioned plea on why you should keep this program around. I believe it's a great program. We have great instructors who are helping adults like myself gain skills to lead to a new career. We're getting second chances in life, up team chance, so to speak. If this program were to be cut, I believe you wouldn't be able to find instructors such as Rich and Tim, the experience that they have. We all take for granted when you're watching TV, when you're watching commercials or films, it is an art to do these things. The skills and the techniques, the craftsmanship that Rich and Tim have is invaluable. You would be hard pressed to find someone to replace their position. And this program in itself is just a wonderful program, giving adults such as myself a second chance in life. This is not my natural inclination or to do these type from Premiere Pro to Illustrator, Photoshop. You know, it wasn't I come from management and customer service, so I needed an instructor like Rich who's able to break it down or dumb it down, so to speak, you know, and help me get up to speed. And so I appreciate their instruction, and I believe that they deserve their jobs. I believe the program should stay in place. There's got to be another way to figure this out.
Next up is Amy, followed by Ralph, followed by Jonathan Warmer.
That's strange looking. I talk to teenagers all day. This is scarier. My name is Amy Lewandowski. I'm a 34-year veteran of Ventura Unified School District, all at Ventura High. I'm a very proud Cougar in more ways than one. Okay, wow, I wasn't going to do that, but I just did it. I have 3 points that I'd like to make tonight. Sorry, that was awkward. And I'm here to advocate for the 2 ag teachers and the CTE support specialist at Sa Elias Ranch. Number 1, high-quality agricultural curriculum is vital to our globe, to our global well-being. It is the hub. If we don't eat, nothing else is happening. We're not building new buildings. We're not sending people to Mars. We're not doing anything except looking for where our next meal is. And over 50% of our farmers and our agriculturists are over the age of 50 years old. We need to train new students. Sa Elias Ranch has cutting-edge curriculum, including aquaponics and drone technology. Not only are they serving high school students, but they are serving elementary students as well. Their TOSA leads field trips multiple times a week, which is providing California history and science curriculum to grades K through 8. Number 2, there have been millions of dollars invested in this facility through the very, very hard and dedicated work of our district's CFOs. Millions of dollars. It is a beautiful facility. Yes. If these 3 positions are eliminated, who's going to care for this facility? Someone's going to have to. We're going to have to pay for them to do so. If it doesn't, it will rot, and our district and our community will be pissed off because we ask them for money. We ask them for more and more and more. The optics are terrible if we let that program die. Thank you for listening.
Up next is Ralph, followed by Jonathan, followed by Sarah McLaughlin.
Okay, good evening. I'm Ralph Amandi. I'm a biomedical scientist and the executive director of the Integrative Biosciences Program at CMB based in Ventura Harbor. CMB is a nonprofit boundary organization with a mission to transform science, teaching, and learning in accordance with national education reform goals. And to accomplish this mission, we established a unique forum for scientists and teachers to collaborate on the design of instructional resources and strategies to innovate high school life science education in particular. And since its inception 20 years ago, CMB has partnered with a number of high school science teachers in VUSD and other schools around the country. We recently learned about a potential staff reduction at Lemon Grove from Darcy Duffy, a middle school teacher who you heard about earlier. Darcy's been working extensively with our scientists over the last 15 years on a number of projects funded by the National Science Foundation and the National Institutes of Health. And although these projects differ with respect to their scientific emphasis, they're all aimed at transforming the way high school students experience science and scientific discovery. My colleagues and I are extremely pleased that Darcy's direct involvement in these efforts has shaped, and in some ways profoundly shaped, the approach that she and her colleagues have put into motion at Lemon Grove
30 seconds.
For the benefit of middle school students. And I'd like to raise the board's awareness of how the instructional approach that Lemon Grove is taking to engage students in science and scientific discovery and the learning environment that they created to do so has the potential to establish a district and perhaps regional model for middle school life science education that parents may find attractive as it continues to develop and grow and move in the direction that they've been taking it. Thank you.
Up next is Jonathan, followed by Sarah.
Hi, my name is Jonathan Warner. I have 2 kids at Lemon Grove, 2nd and 4th grade. When the news came out Friday, late Friday, I did the same thing that Sabrina and Shannon did. I go, why? There must be a reason here. I went immediately to saying, must be the enrollment. That's the number, that's the buzzword that's going on. So like people have speak before, I went to the data that's publicly available on the VUSD website for the 2021 to 2025 data. What surprised me was Lemon Grove has growth in both the elementary and the middle school of that same time period. It's on par with Sunset and Atlas for the same time. The elementary school is growing and it's basically been capped. We've had strong classes of both the TK and kinder where we've had delay or no teachers added. I've seen it both for the 2nd and 4th grade. They've had to wait almost a month for getting a second teacher. We've had enrollment growth there. But when you look at the middle schools as a whole, the only other middle school growing here is Cabrillo. And the other ones that offset the changes are much greater than that Cabrillo addition. So it looks like the trends are showing, except for the one that you guys explained today, that's the only decrease that we've seen in the Lemon Grove middle school trend. But we know, looking at the data too, like a K through 8, it's cheaper to operate than a middle school. You have the same, like lower utilities, you have lower footprint, janitorial cost, less utility, space is wasted. Talking very fast, trying to get my time in. But yeah, so that's, if you're looking at cost, that's another way to look at it. Retention is also very on par with the other middle schools, so you're not looking at 6th to 7th to 8th drops from there. Also, when you look at cutting a 6th grade, here it's a Title I
30
school.
seconds.
So you have a Title I school, about low end, on the average of federal funding is about $300, 20 kids per class, that's about $6,000 we're losing just on that, and it's going to be compounded year on year. And with the prevention of taking on extra TK and K classes, we lost $12K already on top of the PTA, the fundraisers, and everything else going for it. So it feels to us, of people in the community that live across the street, that live around here, that you're intentionally trying to handicap or kneecap Lemon Grove from growing when it's in every school in your district in the Midtown has grown and maintained the population.
Sarah, because you already spoke on one item, you do have 1 minute on this item.
Still Sarah, still here to support our educators. VUEA and VESPA together have a simple guiding principle. We prioritize student learning, student opportunities, and student safety. Tonight, I am asking you to hold that principle at the very center of every decision you make. The proposed layoffs and staffing reductions do not just remove positions from a spreadsheet. They remove the adults who care for students every single day. The educators who build relationships, provide stability, and ensure students are safe, supported, and ready to learn. When we cut the staff who take care of our students, we are not helping our kids, we are hurting them. Our educators are not expendable. They are essential. They are the reason students show up, feel seen, and succeed. Any budget decision that undermines that reality undermines our students' future. We urge the board to prioritize students in the solutions. Our students are watching. Please choose to invest in the people who take care of them every day.
Final call for Ann Barr, Kyle Jewell, and April. Okay, that's all for public comment on this item.
Alrighty, thank you. So go ahead and move to deliberation. If not, then we'll entertain a motion to approve the resolution.
May I see this resolution on the screen again?
Ms. Wallowitz, one of the questions I had was, for our teachers on special assignment, are those positions where they have seniority to go back into the classroom?
Good question. Yes, they do. So for that example, when somebody's on a leave, those positions, they have position to go into.
And is that true for all of them? Because I know, like, some of our CTE, like, I'm not sure if that's true for our ag teacher.
It would be true in the majority of the cases here. If there's not a less senior position that falls within their credential areas, there could be a possibility that a position would not be able to be filled if there's not a credential position that is more junior or less senior.
Okay, quick question. Who will be left at Salias?
We can't talk about like the who. Yeah,
Specifically, but
in
I mean,
terms
like,
of,
will
like,
there
the,
be a
the
teacher
services,
left?
right?
Will there
So,
be-
with this reduction, do you want to talk about like the position, and then I can
Sure,
talk
I can
about,
answer the question from a positional answer. So there will be a position that remains at Salias Ranch, and then pending the board's action, then we would make the determination of how we would continue to support the program.
So what would happen? Like one of our speakers addressed this, which is some of the additional educational, the field trips with that TOSA, that would still, it would still be an expectation that it would happen. However, there is no way that it would be able to happen with the level that it's provided. There would need to be an impact on rotations of grades, the types of support that's provided to teachers who are attending that. They're with the proposed configuration, there's no way to operate the way that it's been operating. But in terms of what the public speaker said about like allowing the farm to degrade or anything like that, that is not the case. We would also continue to offer the CTE course for students. I think we're looking at a potential reduction in the number of students taking that course, but we would still offer one section, correct?
Correct, that's my understanding from the current student requests, course requests that we have.
Yeah, but of course, if the course requests increase, we would increase that. But that's one of the things that would allow that potential person to have a little bit more time, is that there would be one fewer course to teach currently.
Sorry, thank you. So that jogged my memory of my other question. I have a lot of notes. We had one of our counselors mentioned about course requests and where we are in that process. So as we work our way through that, as more course requests come through, we can still rescind some of these?
That is correct.
One of the speakers brought up the multilingual TOSA, and I just kind of want to see how we're going to support our families there if we decide to go through with the reduction.
Yeah, I can address that. So we do have a declining number of multilingual students who need English language support services, and that's been a trend countywide, district-wide. We will continue to have multilingual TOSAs in our department. So we feel we can continue to do that, to provide those services. The other thing I'll touch on is that over the last several years, a lot of those services have become site-based with family liaison services and with EL monitors on campuses. So our multilingual team at the district still performs really incredible services. Again, if pressed in a declining enrollment environment and in a declining student group environment, we feel like we can continue with this reduction. Not easy, but we feel like we can accomplish it.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the board? All right, so we'll go ahead and entertain a motion.
I move to approve this list.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
And Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Okay, thank you, board.
President
Moving on.
Forsythe, if we could just take
Yes,
one
thank
moment.
you. So we're going to take a short,
Just-
not a break,
Right.
but a readjustment of seats.
So if we can ask everyone from the overflow room to please come into the boardroom as we are closing up that area now, that would be lovely. Thank you. So we'll give it 2 minutes for them to come over.
Alrighty, let's go ahead and.
We have to pause for just a second. I apologize. I know we're live. We're having some technical adjustments real quick. We need to make sure our displays go back up.
Alrighty, are we all set? Okay. Alrighty, let's go ahead and come back together. So we're going to be moving on to B1, which is consideration of resolution number 2604 regarding reductions and discontinuance of classified services. First read. Dr. Castro.
All right. Thank you, President Forsyth. Before I hand it over to Marina Mihajlovsky to go over the particulars, just as I did with the certificated positions, there are, for people who've been in the district over the last couple of years, you'll remember that the board last year made a determination to allocate approximately $1 million in one-time funds to be able to allow principals to determine what services, if any, they could utilize at their campuses. A majority of the positions, and again, I'll turn it over to Marina for the specifics, are those on this list, followed by, just like our other lists, reductions that fall with enrollment at sites, so that way we can continue to staff with enrollment. If the community members remember last year, because this was a large shuffle, there were significant ripple effects across the district. As we go forward, adjusting enrollment to staffing, our intention is so that way, just like we do for certificated staffing, to be able to make these adjustments when they are small going forward, so that way we hopefully will not see, with one exceptional caveat, and we've heard from a lot of people tonight on this issue, which is the changes that could occur in line with school closures. That will disrupt this process that we've started to put into place for the purpose of minimizing disruption in staff bumping. So that is largely what we have here. The positions aligned with the $1 million cuts, the staffing to enrollments as we have with certificated staff. And with that, if you remember also, this was a big shift for our communities last year. There was a change in legislation that, although it came a couple of years ago, it was the first time last year that we implemented that. And that's where I'll hand it over to Marina to start there before we get into the positions.
Hello. Not a great item for me as my first item.
Yeah, and welcome again. Yeah.
Yes, so back in 2022, as a refresher, the California legislature made a significant amendment to the Education Code 45117, which governs the bulk of how we administer classified layoffs. And essentially, it set the requirement for us to provide notice to any impacted employee, both the individual whose position may be reduced or abolished, and any subsequent displacement that might cause. So we must adhere to the timeline of providing notice by March 15th. And there's additional due process benefits that the law provides now, but by and large, it's the timeline that's impacting us. And the timing is challenging because some of our sites are still working with their site council to figure out their Title I and LCAP allocations. So we are pressed to make a decision based on the data and the budget information that's available to us at this point in time. And so we've done our best to put a list together based on the information that we have. As Dr. Castro has said, by and large, about 13.5 FTE that are represented here are associated with one-time monies that you guys allocated last year. and that's that $1 million. Even though some of it is unencumbered right now, we don't know whether there's individuals who are rendering services against that allocation in substitute and limited term capacity. So that money can still be spent. And then, as Dr. Castro has said, there's a little bit of the FTE that's represented here is our site reductions associated with their LCAP and Title I. Additionally, adjustments to our enrollment-based formulas impacting the elementary school services assistant and custodian. And the rest, about 5 FTE, are the ESC reductions.
Okay, thank you. Board, have any questions?
Okay, I have a question about the sign language interpreter. I'm wondering if we will have someone remaining and how we plan on filling that need for our students and families who require sign language interpretation.
Very similar to the response with certificated. What if we have to provide the service, right? And the who, with just as it is with IEPs, as soon as we determine that the service is necessary, we need to provide it. We have staff that would be able to provide that kind of lead educational sign language interpreter role. But in terms of the dedicated service, that is just like any other service, it's mandated, so it must be provided.
So it would be mandated for students, but what if it's the parent that requires the service? Do you know what I mean? I mean, if are these? Yeah, like if there was an IEP.
Yes.
And it was the parent who needed the interpreter.
Do you want to take that? I mean, the typical answer that's almost always true is we must provide that service. But I don't know if there's anything else you would like to add to that.
We do have current staff, and we have sign language interpreters to fulfill that service.
This is a lead role of the interpreters. This is so.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any further questions?
Well, again, I don't know if it's a question. I'm on a roll. But, you know, one of the common refrains we hear is make the cuts at the district office because, you know, it keeps it away from kids. And that is sometimes true, not always true. But, you know, when we look at some of these positions, and there are some that we know provide really critical supports to their colleagues who allow our sites to function better. And then there are some that are what I consider kind of unicorns, you know, the SAP liaison and our district receptionist. And, you know, again, I know those are things that to the outside world may not seem like critical for student support. But in particular, if you've seen our district receptionist do her work, like she is amazing at helping families navigate our complex system. So I don't know what to do with that, but I just feel like it's worth noting because when we hear people say like, oh, make those cuts over there, as if those make it less impactful on students or families, it doesn't always, right? Like there's a lot of families who come to the district office who depend on our, you know, our support systems here in this building that serve them. And so regardless of where these positions are located, they impact kids.
Wasn't a question. That's okay. We won't ding you for that. Calvin.
Move approval.
We have one public comment
got one.
prior to moving approval.
Yeah, we got one public comment. Or how many do we have?
One.
One, okay. So if there's no other questions, we'll go to public comment.
Cindy Cole? Not here. Scratch that. No public comment. They
No
left.
public comment. Okay. Calvin.
Move approval.
Second.
Vote as follows. Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
And Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0.
Okay, thank you, board. Alrighty, so now we're moving on to C1, receipt and consideration of real property offers.
Yes, good evening, board. So this action item is just for the board's consideration. On September 30th, the district released the RFP for the Jewett Estate Avenue Elementary and Washington Elementary School. The deadline to submit proposals was December 4, 2025. The district received 3 offers for Jewett Estate, 8 offers for Avenue School, and 7 offers for Washington Elementary School. District staff, working with DCG, we reviewed these offers and present the offers to the Board of Education for receipt.
Okay, board questions.
I move to acknowledge receipt.
Second.
Vote as follows. Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
And Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0.
All right, thank you. Okay, we're moving on to, did I get this wrong? Okay, 2, board contracts, Atlas K8, TK8, school roof replacement.
Okay, and before I ask Hassan to start this, first of I think 4, wanted to share, Ryan was unable to attend tonight, didn't want to share too much, but he had hoped to be able to be here, but he's injured. So Hassan is aware of the questions. We've heard from one public speaker, so we're prepared to answer any questions the board may have on these projects.
So let me just group these next 4 items together. What's in front of the board is replacement of the roof for Atlas, Juniper, J-Sarah, Mound, and Sunset. And so in our previous, January 27th, Ryan came in front of the board and presented like a revised implementation plan. And at that meeting, he was already out to bid for these projects because they're expected to take place over the summer. And so the recommendation at that time from the board was to pause on these projects, but we're already into the bidding process. So now that the bidding is closed, we're bringing it forward to the board, all 4 of them, for consideration to either accept the bid to the lowest bidder or to reject it. And we could go out for bid again at a later time once the school closure process settles. And we've even talked to Ryan about, look, if the concept comes to like, okay, if these roofs were planning to be replaced this summer and we pause for whatever reason, the board decides to pause, can we come back and double up next summer and target potentially the schools that were already planned for next year and on top of this? And so the answer was yes, based on how early we go out to bid. So right now, some of these bids have like 9 or 10 bidders attached to them. So as long as we put the information out ahead of time, we shouldn't have a shortage of pool.
And thank you, Hassan. I have just a little bit more information to add to, along with Ryan, trying to represent as well as he would. He had also shared that these bids are good through the next board meeting. So if you had additional questions and would feel more comfortable with him, assuming that he would be here, to be able to speak more specifically to it, we would still be able to honor the prices associated with these bids. That was his really only cautionary tale, was that when we go out to rebid, there's always the chance that these will be more expensive, as we know. But again, we could make that determination next time. The final piece of information was what is the state of these roofs? Why are we still proposing going forward with them despite the fact that we don't know if maybe one of these would close? So, so I don't know if you want to, do you want me to take that or do you want to take that? Oh, okay. So the condition of these roofs are basically at a failed state, and in terms of just a protection of the asset, at some point it will be it will be his recommendation that we protect the asset of the building with the roof, given the state of the roof, and whether that's
And it's considered a failed state because it's over 20, 30 years old, and so for the failed state, meaning it's outside its expected life, right? So 30 years old, anybody that comes test the roof, they're gonna say it's out of warranty, it's done. That doesn't mean we can't make repairs on it, but the issue with the repairs is we can only do it when there's a repair identifiable to repair. And so, like for the last rains that happened, if it was on an older roof, we went ahead and contacted facilities along with Ryan and try to find the source of the leak, and either if it was a new roof, talk to the roofing company and be like, what happened? Or we could identify, say, a valve wasn't capped, or if the drainage was backed up, then we would deal with facilities on that issue.
I was just going to add, Sabrina and I sit on the Bond Oversight Committee as well. We're the liaison. And so we were able to have that discussion with Ryan at the last meeting, and he presented this. And, one of the things we did talk about was the fact that these are assets to the district. In all likelihood, if we have school closures, we are not going to be closing all 4 of these schools in particular. He did have concern, about protecting the assets, but also protecting the people who are currently in these buildings and who will remain in these buildings. And then I would add also, if we are looking at this in terms of repairs, that's also impacting our facilities department. And they already have a full plate. So, I mean, as much as we have requested, and I concur with Ryan's suggestion that we, reorganize and not spend money, I think we've had consensus to not spend our bond money on projects that are going to be potentially on school closure. I believe this is an exception just due to, again, safety of the building for the people inside, protection of the asset, consideration of our facilities department. For a lot of reasons, I think that we should seriously consider moving forward in these projects.
I absolutely agree. When you every school needs a roof. Water damage is a real thing. It doesn't just affect the roof. It affects the walls. It affects the carpet. It affects the underneath. It affects water gets everywhere, right? Passive leak resistance. So I agree with that statement. I think we probably should move forward with this.
So I disagree, because we're ending this rainy season pretty soon. I mean, we do have a big storm coming next week, right? But then we should have some time. What I would like is when Ryan or someone else could, at the next meeting, give us an update on whether or not these roofs are actively experiencing leaks during these storms, because that would change my opinion, right? But if they're not currently leaking, and we can get another year out of them with maybe some minor tweaks while the school closure process goes through, I don't know that any of these schools would be closed, but at the same time, I don't want to spend $1.5 million on a school that we might sell.
Again, we don't lose anything by bringing this back next time. The one thing that we probed Ryan on, Asan and I, was, is there anything that preemptively we could do to get a better understanding of each roof's condition? And he said, it's I don't want to say it's an impossibility, but it's an improbability because of the nature of water movement to it is a challenge, if not impossible, to ask, because we asked him, could we generate a contract that says, preemptively inspect the roof, like for those leaks? He said it's just when it leaks. And so that's the one way that we will know. But that is absolutely a question that we can, the board can ask in different ways next time if it's not approved tonight.
Yeah, so these current roofs are not leaking, and there's nothing urgent to be addressed on these 4 roofs. Real-time access to Ryan.
Well, then perhaps we should just wait until Ryan, we can bring this back and address it at the next meeting.
But in addition, at the next time we have Ryan here, I would like to get information about the roofs that leaked. We have some repairs on here, and we did hear reports at the bond committee meeting that there were some of our new roofs that experienced leaks. So I would like to have information about which roofs there were and which companies, because often these same companies are bidding on other projects, and whether or not they really responsibly addressed whatever issues were brought up. I mean, obviously, if they didn't fix the roof the first time, we wouldn't want to give them another contract, right? So, anyway.
Yeah, so the last rains that happened, the majority of the leaks were at Cabrillo, like massive leaks, and the company
there were also leaks at Lemon Grove.
Yes, the company that was responsible worked with Ryan and our facilities team to determine the root cause of it, and it was determined that it was not the roof. It was due to drainage that was backed up, and so they did water test to try to recreate the leaks on top to find the source of it, and there was a cap that wasn't sealed. And it was not due to the fault of the roofing company per se, more of it's our fault.
We will, but we will hear the question. We'll get you some more comprehensive detail around that. And am I understanding correctly that we're going to bring these items back for next month or 2 weeks from now? Because right now,
Share your thoughts, sir.
Yeah, if it doesn't affect the timeline, we just really need to make sure that we're not trying to save money at the risk of safety of the people that's in the building. Because the last thing we want is for something to happen to anybody that's in the building that could have been prevented by replacing these roofs.
And
so if it
Ryan
doesn't
has
affect the
given us that
timeline and we
assurance.
want to talk to Ryan, I don't see any problem with waiting until the next meeting if it doesn't affect anything. So it's not going to be worked on until this summer.
We could push this off until next meeting. We won't violate our time for like awarding the bid.
So do we have a consensus just on the Atlas, and then we go through one by one, or do we do all roofs?
Yes, we'll go one by one.
Okay. Okay. So moving on to award contract for J. Sarah Elementary School roof replacement.
I would move we wait for a second read.
Second.
We don't.
Anthony, do they need to take a vote, or can we just delay? We can just postpone, right?
You have consensus, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, just for procedural. Moving on to elementary school roof replacement. Do we have consensus to wait? Yes. Moving on to contract for Sunset TK8 school roof replacement. Do we have consensus to wait? Yes. All right, thank you. Okay, number 6, request for approval of contracts exceeding $25,000.
So seeing that the board pulled those items directly related is the supplies for those. I would recommend not moving forward with the top 4 with the Garland Company. We don't need to purchase the supplies if we're going to hold off right now. We could always bring this item back as well.
Thank you. You read my mind.
Okay, so how do we do this? So you want us to move
If
one
the
through
board had no
4.
questions and we're moving approval, it would be moving approval as amended, removing items 1 through 4.
Okay, do we have a motion?
I move that we accept the contract list with the amendment of removing items 1 through 4.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez? Yes. Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
And Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to conference item B1, Ventura County Office of Education Quarter 2 Williams Report. We have Gina, right? Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry. This is our quarter 2 report, and there were everything was in compliance for quarter 2 for the Williams report.
Alrighty, thank you. So go ahead and moving on to the consent calendar. Is there any consent item that wish to be pulled? If not, we'll take a motion to approve.
I just I asked Dr. Castro for some additional information on the South Central Coast Regional Consortium Master Agreement. I just didn't know what it was and wanted some context.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone's prepared to speak to that. We didn't have a chance to prep for today, so if we want to pull that and move and we bring it back, I apologize. We just, in all the planning, we didn't have a chance to get to that. Thank you for the heads up.
Yeah, no, because in light of some of our CTE changes, I'd like to understand how that kind of connects.
Yeah, unfortunately, Dr. Rickard was out ill. Yeah.
So then I'll move approval of the consent agenda minus item A3.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
And Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
Alrighty, thank you. Moving on to board reports. Calvin, do you have a report?
I do not.
I actually just did not believe we would get here before 10 o'clock, so I didn't prepare one. I'm like pleasantly surprised. So no, I don't have.
Just what I've already reported on the Bond Oversight Committee. We met last week, so otherwise I think that's about it.
Wait, sorry. I did want to share that today I participated in a webinar that was hosted by Kevin Gordon, and it was on mental health funding, and the Healthy Campus guy was there. I'm looking at you, Dr. Bayless. It was the California Behavioral Health Consortium. Anyway, it was all about kind of the billing aspect of our mental health supports, and it was very, very informative. I took copious notes, and I'll send them to you, because it was the key takeaway from the whole thing was really that in order for these things to be successful, the board's policy direction needs to mandate capturing the information from families to ensure that we're actually getting the participation to justify the expense. And they talked a lot about some of the existing funding models that are being promoted by the state, and the state is actually leveraging some of their resources to help us access things like student insurance information from private insurance companies that they'll be connecting districts with. So there were some policy changes, but my takeaway was really two things. They specifically called out it should not be the practitioners who have the responsibility for gathering information and permission from families, which I think is a policy shift we should talk about. And then they highlighted some districts where they have made it just a required part of the student registration process, and as a result are in the 80 and 90% participation rates from families. So maybe for a future conversation.
Okay, I do have one board report. I attended the DLAC committee, and Karen Hughes just gave me a nice, a brief summary that I can go off of. So I appreciate her. What the team discussed was Posadas during December celebration. It was as a total success. It was a wonderful event. Protocols and resources were also discussed around immigration and safety. So the group also decided, or discussed that they would like to learn more and get ongoing information about that and updates. Discussion was also about how school budgets are funded and planned and how families can share feedback and priorities. And lastly, presented the LPAC testing preparation, site dates, and resources. Now, there was, typically we have about 20 to 30 families that show up. And, but last time we only had 14. And that's because of the recent immigration activity that happened on the avenue. So Karen instituted a hybrid meeting and they were able to join via Zoom. And that's it. Moving on to coming events.
All right, I know momentarily, and there they are. We hope everyone enjoys the 4-day weekend coming up. We are in the throes of LCAP season, so that is coming up on the 19th. We had highlighted some comments from our public speakers about the role of AAPC. Looking forward to that group getting together again on the 25th with our special education parent workshops, which we instituted a couple years ago. They're still being well received, so we'll continue to provide them. And then the Teacher of the Month celebration coming up at Lemon Grove, and then DLAC and CDAC following on the 26th and 27th.
Alrighty, thank you. Future board items.
Than I thought. So one of the things that I wanted to ask about was that the Healthy Campus implementation, get an update on where we are, the investment that we've made thus far. And I know actually one of the things helpful to you, Asan, is that they shared that I think the statewide, it's only like $600,000 that's been even billed for. So really, like, we're not an anomaly in that sense. And they were like celebrating that somebody had gotten 30 grand. So clearly, we're not alone in where we are in this process. But it would be really helpful, I think, to just get a state of where we are, how much we've spent, like what that's looking like. And then another question that came up as a result of the conversations around Lemon Grove was what it costs when we send a student to an out-of-district placement. And recognizing we want to be super mindful of individual student privacy, but for instance, when we send a student to Triton, like what does that cost the district? And then what are the opportunities? Because it's a great program, right? But what are the opportunities for us serving those students within our own district? And then I had a third thing, but I can't think of it.
If I could ask a clarifying question there, given that Healthy Campus, not completely, it is not completely aligned with this issue, but our overall mental health model, we were preparing to give an update there. Would the board be open to a more comprehensive agenda item, which thinking of it in terms of a continuum of services, right? You have sometimes they're behavioral needs, but often mental health needs associated with some of those placements. Would it be acceptable to make that a bigger item so that way we can combine a couple of things? Okay, because I think that's important to look at the continuum of services when we look at what some of our student needs look like, and we'll be sure to protect student confidentiality in that process. That makes it also easier for us to protect student confidentiality in that process. Thank you.
Yeah, so it had to do with the information that I was asking you about, Dr. Castro, regarding our dual enrollment information. So just understanding better where we are on our dual enrollment and how that might be impacting our students being full-time students.
Okay, thank you.
Alrighty, so we move on to board superintendent comments. Any comments from the board? No. Okay, please do.
We're early, come on. I just want to say, like, these conversations are hard, right? And and I don't want anyone ever to think that all of us, including Jerry, who wasn't able to be here today, but all of us and executive staff take these things super seriously. We don't take lightly impacting people's lives or taking away their employment from us. And also, at the same time, we have a responsibility. And so I just appreciate the fact that everyone here is trying to do their best in a hard time. And, you know, I think we had great feedback from the community about their values, and I think we will continue to hear those things during this process. It's not always easy, but it is helpful to hear from folks and to better understand the way that our decisions impact our students and their families and our staff. So thanks for taking it all so seriously.
If there are no other comments, I'll just add in terms of my comments. I just want to thank the team and everyone who participated in our staff school closures advisory update. We'll be planning a family, even though we know a lot of our families are our staff, webinar for that as well. And then in part of that school closure, we heard a lot about that tonight. In part of our efforts to just continue to make our community aware, I'll be attending multiple community council meetings where that will be one of the items that in addition to any that they request, but that'll be something that I continue to make sure that our community is aware of.
I just want to echo what Sabrina said and just thank our staff, either site staff or district staff. Those are very hard decisions that we're making. They're not popular. They're not fun for us. But this is what we signed up for as board members, is to make these hard decisions. And we just really appreciate what the community has given us, all that information, and what the staff has gone through to go through all of our, programs and lists of individuals. And it's not easy. It's not an easy thing. So I really appreciate you all for your work. And thank you, Dr. Castro. I appreciate you as well. Thank you.
I'll move approval. I'll move it for adjournment. Sorry.
I'll second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
Okay, now I want to thank Base. Thank you so much for being out here. Appreciate you all. Appreciate you guys. All right, have a good night. Thank you.